Good morning, my patriots. How are you, Brian? Omar, welcome, welcome. Heath, good morning. And I hope you guys had a great time with your family yesterday, giving thanks to God for everything that we have, good and bad. You have to be thankful for everything. Well, we have quite a few things actually to go through today, but I want to know how was your Thanksgiving? Give a chance for you guys to go ahead and share some of your time with me today. It's a little weird for me, just so you know, a little weird for me because I'm kind of like as much as you would think that I'm the center of the party or whatever because of my the way that I am. It's not. I get very secluded sometimes. Kind of get in my little corner, so to speak, and don't get much involved with the family that way. So uh, I'm not perfect. That for sure, my friend Heath. That I did do. I did stuff my face all day. I saw just a few people actually saw my Thanksgiving little short that I put out there. Thank you guys for those who actually replied and put a little comment in there. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. I was gonna do a live, and at the end, it's just like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna send them a message and say Happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see where that goes. But back to business as usual today. My man in the house was popping. Brian says, great. A lot of family over. Great food as usual. Yeah, yeah. We carry on the tradition of our family, as you should, my friend. You know what's crazy is this, right? That, baby, you okay? What's crazy is, here in America, one of the things that we always tell people is just like, assimilate, right? Assimilate. And people don't like that word. Some people just don't like that word. And I'm just like, okay, well, I don't think you understand what assimilate means. Because, when I say assimilate, I mean kind of, how would I say, join the group, the United States, the group that believes in this is our history, this is our culture. Now, people will say, well, what culture? You don't have a culture. Yeah, we do have a culture. We do have a culture. We have a lot of cuisine from Europe. We have a lot of cuisine from Asia and Latin America. But we do have a culture. We do have a religion, a dominant religion. And normally we allow religion that does not want to cause harm to our country. See, I think there's just like what I believe with the freedom of speech. Morning, Cheryl. Morning, Mike. Just like I believe with freedom of speech, right? You have your freedom of speech, but you got to be responsible with it. You can't just go out insulting people and getting in their faces and blah, blah, blah. No, you're going to get smacked. It is the same thing with the freedom of religion. Listen, everybody's free to worship whatever the hell they want. But they don't have a right to is to come and try to destroy a country with such said religion. And you guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know I'm talking about Muslims. I wish that I can say, everybody here can have all the freedoms and everything is going to be perfect and, there's going to be no problem. But that's not how it works. I'm sorry, but you don't get to believe everything you want to believe. You just can't do that. I know I sound biased, maybe hypocritical on it, but the reality of it is that you just can't because somebody's going to think their religion is bigger than the other, and then there's all this crazy thing going on now with mental health. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. Uh, Anti-doofus, you are a doofus. The first thing you do when you come into a room, it's say good morning, hi, how are you? Do a wave. And and then you can go ahead and say whatever the hell you want. But then the first thing you come in here and say, you call me a fake gringo. I don't know where you get that from, but that's it's very sad that your parents didn't educate you. I feel sorry for you. Let's see, Graham. What do you know? I think he's trying to say you. What do you know Trump is responsible for? Two National Guards. Eric Montana says, all you know is what Fox News tells you to believe. Is that right? Like what? Like what? What do you think? What do you think that I got from Fox News? Hmm. Like fake news. Like you mean CNN? That's different. That's different. But I don't trust any of the outlets. What I do is I listen to what they say and then I make my own mind up. For example, CNN was saying and MSNBC were saying that the guy, the Afghani that killed the two soldiers in Washington, D.C., was allowed into this country by the Trump administration. And then they also said that it was he was allowed here by the Biden administration. So when it comes to something like that, you have to make a decision. Okay, well, what's the date, right? If it was 2021, we know it was Biden. If it was 2020, we know it was Trump. But regardless of how you slice it, the fact is that allowing this whole I have a great heart and I want to help people and allowing all these refugees to come over here, you see, for being well intended, you pay the price. And there we are. Today we pay the price of two of our National Guard members. Refugees. These are the people. It's interesting to me that we give refugee to those who want to destroy us, to those who says I hate America, and they raise their children here with American citizenship, and they raise them hating the United States of America. And so I have to keep speaking the truth. I gotta try to think with rationality and try to make some sense of what I'm under, what I hear, what I see, and what I understand. I try to use common sense on everything. And I'm a person that looks at the negative side of things and the positive side of things, and then I make a rational decision according to what I believe. For example, I like I like migrants. I want a lot of people to just come here and get papers right away. But unfortunately, with that comes this whole illegal migration. And I'm against that. 100%. 100%. I'm against illegal immigration. I don't care what your excuse is. I don't care what your type of suffering you think it is that you have. I don't care what you're going through in your life. Illegal immigration is illegal, and I'm against it 100%, period. I don't care what anybody says because I have lived, and I am from a third world country where I experienced everything that you are complaining about. And many other people do too, except they stay there and they work hard and they are successful people. Those who are not successful are the ones that have no education, nor they have the will to be hardworking, and they just don't have brains. So why would we want that here? Why would we want to have those people here? The reason why immigration is allowed today, like we can have complete border shut down completely. Nobody comes in here. Nobody. But the reason why we accept open immigration, it's because it's good to do trading, because it's good that people want to come and visit, because it's good to be able to get people from other countries that are smart, that are hardworking, that are going to have a great career, that are, that is going to make this country better. You see, visas are given out for the benefit of the United States of America, not for your benefit, not for people's benefit, no, for the benefit of the United States of America. That's what the United States of America wants. They want people that are top notch. It doesn't happen. This is not a perfect world. I get it. But they want people that are going to come over here and make a difference. People that are actually going to make this country better. But instead, we have a lot of people that support illegal immigration, en masse illegal immigration at that. And then they come into my chat and to call me a traitor and all this other stuff. And you guys see this, right? They come in here calling me coconut and all this other stuff. That's fine. But I like, you know what? But I'm glad that they are making those comments, because I know that when I stand with the law, I stand with order, I have honor, I have respect. And anybody that goes against me because I believe in justice, I believe in fairness, I believe in protecting this country, can go suck their big thumb. You can call me all you want to call me. You know, I see some of the comments in here. and they're very hateful. But I'm going to tell you something. I have so much more support. I got so many more patriots supporting me, not because I'm this great guy that has the best ideas or I have the most awesomest show and I'm very popular. I'm nobody. I'm nobody, if you want to look at it that way. But I believe in respecting the law. I believe in respecting authority. I believe in respecting other people's property. And you can see who the traitors are in the chat. Those are the ones that call me traitor. Those are the ones that say nasty things about me because I believe on defending this country. Just like if I was Mexican and I was in Mexico, I will be defending Mexico. Just like if I was in Honduras, if I live in Honduras, I'll be defending Honduras. That's how it works. As patriot. Now, Americans, don't want to offend you guys, but English is you guys don't have as much as explanation on the language for people to understand. But in Spanish, deriving from Latin, we're more descriptive on everything. So just so you know, when I say patriot, maybe to you it means something different. But when I say patriot, just think about this. The word patriot, patria, is a nation. That's what patria is, nation. So when I say I'm patriot, that's what I mean. I am for this nation. Some will actually say a nationalist, meaning that my views and my what I find important, or what's the word? Primary. What is the word? It's not primary. Oh my gosh, I'm thinking in Spanish, but that's not going to work out. Priority. Sorry, guys. But I think that this country takes priority over any other country. Now, before some people come in here start throwing some stuff about, what about the $40 billion to Argentina? I don't think you understand how that works. I don't think you understand how that works. You see, I'm going to try to put it in a smaller, probably more basic form so that you understand what America First means. And what I want you to do, first of all, salud, patriots. I know. Oh, check this out. I got some news before we continue. I am I'm going to order. I need the money first. But I am going to order some mugs. I think there should be like this size that I have here. And it's going to say the Dennis Herrera show on it on both sides. Now, I'm going to try it out. I'm going to see what it looks like. If it's a good size and I'm happy with it, I will probably, maybe I haven't made a website yet. I had a website for years on my businesses. It just never really worked. I never saw the difference. I thought it was just a waste of money. But I know websites are, they're good. But I want to see if the cups are good, the mugs are good, and a good size for coffee, especially for all you patrons that love to drink coffee. I know Brian. Who else was here that's coffee drinker? The one that hates my coffee. Bobby. Yeah, Robert. He hates my coffee because it's instant coffee. He says yucky coffee. Uh, and they will see because they're kind of expensive for me because I'm not buying like 1,000 cups or whatever. But if you guys want to support the channel, once I get it, anything that I wear, guys, if you guys want to support and you want to buy, it's not that cheap because I don't have like big bulk orders. But in the future, if you guys want to support the channel more and you want to buy some merch, I will definitely bring that up. But for now, we're going to leave that probably until next year. See how that goes, okay? I will try to make little investments here and there and trying to just, grab some stuff and start storing some of the products that I can actually go ahead and show you guys. That's part of working. That's part of what we do. Good morning, David. You talk a lot, but never say anything. Thank you, David. Well, good morning to you anyway. Eric, thank you. Good morning. You sellout. TJ, good morning. Joseph, good morning. Ocean, James, Spatenator. Who would I miss? Little bit. Good morning to everybody. Trump, make coffee cost more. Bull crap. Why do people always want to blame Trump on that? People always want to blame Trump on that. Okay, well, here's my example that I was going to give you so that you guys understand why America first. In a household, your husband, wife, you got children, you are a family person. Now, I say person because you can be a man or a woman, right? But you can be a family person. And you said, okay, I have to provide for my family. What do I got to do? Well, there's a couple of things you can do. First of all, you can go get a job. Second, you can also make investments, okay? Now, you can make wealth on both. You can get a job, make investments. You can mix them both together as well. So what do? Well, you make an investment. Well, you say, well, hey, wait a minute. Why are you putting $100 to invest on that? Don't you have to buy some food for your children? Yes. Yeah, I do. But this is why we're investing $100. Well, that's not putting your family first. No, yes, it is. Because that is going to give me a return. And that's how it works. You go to work, you make the money, boom, you buy some stuff, and then you make an investment. Do you see how simple that is? This is why I think the way I think. So then you have the United States of America. This is a big country. But just think of the same idea. Why are we sending $40 billion to Argentina? Oh, I don't know. We just want to give money away like Biden. No. It's an investment. Sort of a loan, so to speak. We're getting some rare earth minerals. I think those $40 billion are going to be paid off right away if they haven't been paid off already. Then you say, what about Venezuela? Well, you know what? We want to stop the cartel drugs and all these other stuff in here. We're going to do what we got to do here. But at the same time, hey, you know what? There is a benefit on helping actual Venezuelan citizens. Get rid of their dictator, and then we have a deal. We get over $1 trillion worth of oil barrels, and we get access to rare earth minerals. Biden, an irresponsible president, which, by the way, I don't want to blame him because he wasn't there. We knew this. We knew it was a digital pen. We knew it was Nancy Pelosi and all those cougars out there that were actually running the government. Let's not play stupid. And I'm going to play a video from you from a long time ago, and we're going to judge this. We're going to judge this video. And he says $196 billion, $200 billion to Ukraine. Zelensky used to come into the White House and be like, hey, give me $60 billion. Thank you very much, and walk out. Give me $70 billion, and thank you very much, and walk out. And nothing was given back or reassured for our country. The left said nothing about this, right? None of it. All the people that come in here calling me traitors and all this stuff, they didn't do anything about that. Number one, because they're retarded. They don't know what's going on, right? But here's the difference. Hey, we need rare earth minerals. And you're like, Dennis, shut the hell up. Why do you keep talking about rare earth minerals? Oh, well, let me go ahead and tell you since you ask. China has the majority of those rare earth minerals in China, and we need that. China says, up yours. You are charging tariffs. How dare you protect your country's interest? We have been rich off American dollars for decades. Why now do you want to stop us from taking your money away? So China says, no rare earth minerals for you. But now we got Ukraine. The war is over. We're going to collect. Ukraine. We got Venezuela. When that's over, we're going to collect. We got Argentina. We're collecting. What other countries are we helping to where we can get those rare earth minerals from? See, that's putting America first. In case you didn't catch it, that is putting America first. If you don't do investments, if you don't go and protect other countries that can be a benefit to us, we're not putting America first. Let me tell you how you don't put America first. And I'm going to give you the big example. Because in Sweden, everybody said, oh, socialism works. Where? In Sweden. Oh, yeah. Tell me, how does that going? Okay, so here we go. Socialists, they want to, they're so proud of socialism, sharing the wealth, right, amongst the people. What did they have in Sweden? After they were so proud to be socialist, they now shut the border down. Shut down. And they are expelling migrants from their country. Every single country in Europe has experienced this. What's crazy is this. This is what's crazy to me. You got all these Muslim countries, which, by the way, they like to procreate with their own sisters and cousins. This is why we got a lot of crazy-ass people in here. But, and we got some of those here in this country, and we're paying the price, okay? We're paying the price. We know. We got that issue here as well. But we see this, okay? I'm going to give you one example here in America first. Ilhan Omar. We Somalis, we believe that we are the fabric of the United States of America. No, we don't want that crap. We don't want you to be the fabric. Go look at Somalia. Look at that fabric. It's garbage. Garbage. It literally is a shithole of a country. They have acquired nothing. They have accomplished nothing. And yet they sit there and say how great and strong and smart they are. Back to Europe. The Muslims. Oh, Allah, Allah. Whatever. Listen, let me tell you something. Why do I get pissed off about these people? First of all, every Muslim country, it's crap. It's crap. And let's be honest, it's crap. If Islam was such a wonderful thing, they will stay in their country. And they will be so happy they will never complain to the world. But what do? What do these Muslims do? Glad you asked. They go to Christian countries. What? Yeah. They are so strong and so smart, and their God is so powerful and potent. Common sense tastes so good with coffee. Their God is so strong and powerful and provides everything that they have to go to a Christian nation. How about that? How about that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're going to tell me that your God, who put you here, and is the real God, and he's he provides for you and everything. That same God told you to go to a Christian nation where they worship Jesus Christ, where they worship the Holy Trinity, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's where you got Allah sent you for help. You're going to tell me that you really believe in your religion? You come into our country and you convince a lot of our morons that we have in our country here that President Donald Trump is a pedophile. Well, unbelievable. Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Because guess what? All Muslims, not some, all Muslims respect, reverend, and worship Muhammad. Oh, you don't know what Muhammad is? Well, I'm glad you asked. He is one of their most holy prophets in their Quran, in their Islam. And you say, Dennis, why are you talking about Muhammad? That's blasphemy. Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, the moment that you come and tell me that my president is a pedophile, I come to this story in the Quran where it says that Muhammad married an 8-year-old girl. Oh, they have a law, you said. Yes, I'm glad you said that. They do have a law. You cannot sleep with an 8-year-old. That's crazy. She has to be 9. Blasphemy. Well, hey, go read the Quran. Let me show you what it looks like so you know. That is what the Quran looks like. It's a very, very small book. Almost as wide as my face. Go read it up, the Quran. I know it's a little damaged because of the folding of the pages and all that stuff. But there you go. Read the Quran. Kitab Bavan. Read the Quran. Okay? Let's see. Any questions from the crowd? Let me see. The God of Islam is the same God the Christians and Jews worship? No, it's not. I will tell you yes and no. I will tell you why. Yeah, Gail said the very young. Yeah. He should work in Fox News. Thank you, Eric. Man, I think I will be a great addition, really. No, I wouldn't. Nah, I wouldn't. I don't have the charisma those guys have. Let's see. Trump is in the files. Whoo! I can't wait. There's going to be a lot of things happening in this next year, and you are not going to be happy if you're not on our side. The poor Muslims. Yeah. She was 8, but yes, he couldn't sleep with her until she was 9. All right, so you guys already, I think most of you agree with me. Bruja, no. Why read it? It's not the word of God. I know, Kevin, but you got to read so you can understand why people are so strongly, they feel so strongly about what their religion is and what their faith is. You have to understand what their faith is before you can start judging it. Some will say I'm a Christian. Some don't like me because I'm a Christian and because of the way that I talk. Brian, Robert, I think I said hi to Robert already, right? Yeah. Yep, I appreciate you guys. All right, good. We're all on the same page. I'm going to tell you something. If if you wanna know what religions, well, not by what religions, what faith is actually good. Let me tell you, for me, I believe on the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I believe on the God, the creator of the universe and everything on this earth. Now, the Bible says in Genesis that the earth and all humans and all living things created within 6 days in the Bible. Now, 6 days for you could be 6 million years. It could be 6 billion years. But for God, one day can be any amount of years. With that being said, the Bible says that Jesus, I mean, that God, I know Jesus is the same as the Trinity, but it says that God rested on the seventh day. But then it starts the narrating after the seventh day, and it says, and there was no plant or anything on earth. And it's talking about the place on earth where he's going to build the Garden of Eden. And this is where he creates new life. This is the only place where you have the fruit of life, meaning that you will never die. This fruit will keep you strong and healthy and, life forever. There's just one rule. Don't sin against God. And one of the main sins from God was what? Disobedience. I think it's very interesting. And I'm going to leave it at that because I'm not going to tell you the whole story of what I believe happened after that. Okay? He is not a convicted person. He is not. Stop raising false testimony. You will be judged with the same measure that which you judge others. Stop saying that. That's a false testimony. That's a narrative from your left compadres. All right? Knock that shit off. Let me see. Angus, yep, it says could be 1,000 years, could be anything. Actually, our perception of time is not God's perception of time. Here, to you Christians, to you believers, and to some of you who are not Christians, but yet have a curiosity of how this works. Can anybody in here tell me how many days did Moses spend on the mountain of Sinai? Sinai, I don't know how you say it in English. How many days did he spend up there waiting for the 10 Commandments and speaking with God? Which, by the way, in order for a human to be able to live and stand before God, God has to make sure that he keeps preserving you as you are in his presence. Somebody give me some days. 40 days? I asked because I can't remember how many days, to be honestly. For the longest time, I thought it was 3 days, but no, I think 40 days is about right. Now, I want you to understand something. 40 days has allowed people, thank you, Ocean. 40 days has allowed people to lose faith, right? Oh, wait a minute. We can't worship anybody. Let's make an idol. Okay, bada bing, bada boom. Here is what I'm going to go with this 40 days. The description of Moses when he comes down from spending just 40 days in the living presence of God. It describes his face, his features, as if he looked like he lived more than one life in just 40 days. Man, the description that it gives about Moses coming from that mountain tells me that time with God, see, you have to understand this. God is time. So we try to measure time on our own human ways, and you can go to the canyons, and then you can read, this is 1,000 years, this is 100, this is 500, and then this is 1,000, and you can read it that way, but you will never be able to be in it. You can read the history, but you can never be in the history. Not in that way. I hope that makes sense. All right. With that being said, why don't we just go ahead and jump in onto the first subject of the day. Guys, by the way, if you are subscribing, if you're new to my channel, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for hitting that like, and thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and go to the first article that I have here. Why don't we go straight right? Let's go straight into impeach the mofo. Let's get into that. Let's get into the impeachment here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and share this article here with you. And let me post it here so that it is readable by you. All right, let's see. I hope that's big enough. There's the orange man you guys love so much. God bless you, President Trump. Let's take a listen, guys. For one, I'm sick of hearing about this impeach. Shut the hell up with impeach. We voted for the man in. Why are you impeaching somebody we voted in for? Especially somebody that's working his ass off to help and is putting America first. It makes no sense to impeach him. Just because you don't like them doesn't mean that we're going to impeach him. I know. I got I think I got the article. One of your favorite representatives, Al Green, crazy ass mofo. I don't even know why and how he is in office. Activists should not be allowed to join our government. Period. It's crazy. It's like drinking poison. Let's go, Latinos for Trump. So here we go. Let's go. Let's impeach President Donald Trump, it says. Okay, here we go. Representative Al Green, Democrat, of course. Just so you guys know, just in case you didn't know, it's always going to be the Democrats. Potato chip. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, where you don't like it, that I tell the truth. But all my patriots appreciate it. So God bless every single one of you guys. All right. He says he will file privilege articles of impeachment against President Donald Trump before Congress breaks for Christmas, which would force the House to consider them within 2 legislative days, though they can be tabled. There will be articles of impeachment filed before the Christmas break. I like it. Right before Christmas break. Isn't that interesting? Like, these guys can't wait, right? So first, let's go ahead and, you know what? Let's do a No Kings rally for our 250th anniversary of our Army men, our servicemen that protect and fight and sacrifice their lives for our country. Let's do a No Kings protest. F them up. Who cares about our military? This is your Democratic Party, by the way. This is your Democratic Party. Hey, you know what? We're going to have midterms within a year, and we have some elections going on right now. Let's shut down the government and blame Trump. That way, people can turn against them, and then more people will rally to vote for Democrats. They think we're stupid, but I'm watching. That's not Fox. For somebody that says that's Fox. Interesting. So, government shutdown. They say this. Okay, let's see. They want subsidies that benefits millions of illegal immigrants on health benefits, etc. Well, I want that. And we want them to extend the Obamacare because we're getting paid millions of dollars. Okay. They say, we know that if the government shuts down, the American people are going to suffer. People will go hungry. Many people will die without health care. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, well, whatever. They say, we know this is so bad. We're shutting the government down. And they shut the government down and put the American people last. That's how the Democratic Party works. Here's the kicker. Hey, it's the 250th anniversary of our Navy. Who cares? We need to have some leverage on President Donald Trump, they said. You remember that? I know you guys remember that. If I saw it, you saw it. So they kept the government shut down, even though people kept complaining louder and louder and louder each day. What was the one thing that they said? Republicans shut the government down. Republicans shut the government down. And every single time we see voting 13, 14 times, Republicans, yes, open government. Yes, 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 yes. All Democrats, no, 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 no. That is the Democratic Party that you defend, which, by the way, let me remind you, there is no such thing as the Democratic Party no more. They're gone. What you have today is the evolved socialist. What is the evolved socialist, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. The evolved socialist, it is a communist Marxist socialist all in one. Sort of like God and the Holy Trinity, except this works for the devil. Okay? Oh, man, that fit right in. Perfect. Perfect. Right in. All right, here we go. Let's get to the next part. Blah, blah, blah. Green said, I am Al Green. I'm sorry. I'm all right. Let's concentrate. I am Al Green, an unbought, unbossed, unafraid, liberated Democrat. I don't know what the hell he means, liberated Democrat. I will speak truth to power. This is the activist part of him. Okay, he you know how it is, and some black culture, whatever. Which is pretty easy to do. You simply say, power. We have a problem. Let's solve it. I will do that. But I'll also speak truth about power and say, power, we have a problem and you're it. You know what I understand from that? How long have they been in power? They are the power. How long have they been in power? They are the power. And what he says there is right. They are the power. And they are wrong. And they want to impeach President Trump. I wish I was actually in the House so that I can bring my arguments up. Then again, I don't. Because I cannot stand how nasty these mofos are. They accuse you even worse than the garbage that comes into my chat over here sometimes. That is crazy. I don't know how they are. I'm telling you, I don't know how they are still in office. How they're still in office. To my mods in here, don't block any comments. Don't block any comments. Because if I see a nasty comment in there, I want to deal with it. He framed the move as a test of Democratic commitment to opposing the administration and plans a peaceful protest at the Lincoln Memorial. Now, you know that when Democrats say peaceful protest, yeah, there's going to be some burning buildings, cars blowing up, some people throwing bricks at the police, rocks, hitting them with sticks, etc., etc. This is the Democratic peaceful protest. Now, if they are any smart, if they are any type of smart, they would behave because Uncle Trump does not F around and he will send the National Guard. And I expect every single one of my servicemen to kick some ass. See, they're not there to protect criminals. They're not there to protect misbehavior. They are there to protect legal, law-abiding American citizens. Why do I say legal? There's a lot of freaking illegal immigrants voting on our voting elections. All right, let's continue. Green has introduced impeachment measures before, did not consult Democratic leadership this time, and offered no details on specific charges. You know why? Because he don't got shit. With House Republicans in the majority, experts say the effort is unlikely to succeed, but could still damage Trump's reputation. No, you can't. You can't. Your reputation is screwed. Listen, and we're gonna go to a clip. Listen, I'm gonna show you guys a clip. You guys seen this already. A long time, many years ago. Not even 15 minutes when President Donald Trump, by the people, elected him. Not even 15 minutes went by. And the first thing they said was what? Impeach. Tlaib, crazy ass Rash, said impeach the mofo. Remember that? I remember raising a little Palestinian flag. Okay. That's it. That's all I got from that story. See, the Democrats' image is tainted. There is nothing that they can do now. You know who they remind me of? They remind me of crazy criminals like Bruja here on the chat. When they rebel against the police when they're being pulled over. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, listen, just pull over, shut the hell up, and wait for instructions. You know why I pulled you over? No, sir. Why you pulled me over? Well, this, and that. Okay. Well, I thought that you might be intoxicated. Okay. Whatever it is that you pulled me over. Do you have a license and registration? Yes, sir. Right here. You got proof of insurance? Yes, sir. Right here. All right, hold on a moment. Let me go check your name. Okay. No problem. Comes back. Sir, thank you so much. Sorry about that inconvenience. Appreciate your cooperation. Go. Here's the other guy, like Bruja and Joshua. They want to throw a fit. They want to become violent. They get grabbed, thrown against their cars, searched, handcuffed, and put in the back of the police car. Rah, 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 rah. You know, listen, if the police officer is doing something illegal or, you know, just not good, you don't retaliate there. You wait. You go through what you got to go through. Remember, they're recording in the camera, whatever. You can record from your dashboard if you want. I mean, you'd be smart to do that if you're one of those guys. And then you can go to court. Because when you go to court, then you will have this image of like, hey, I was cooperating. See, here it is. He asked for this, and he went out of line and treated me this way, and now you're in court. Well, guess what? They're going to see that evidence and be like, oh, my God, yeah, he's right. Okay, boom, here we go. We're going to punish this officer. But no, you want to retaliate. You want to act a fool. And now you have no case. Well, this guy, Al Green, you remember him? When President Donald Trump was addressing the people with all the doofus, dumbass Democrats over there with the little signs. Liar. Liar. Just look at him. Listen, you showed me that you have no will to work with us. You talk about coming together as a nation, and yet you want to be dividing. You talk like you want this the righteousness to shine, and yet you are evil. Remembering the killings of innocent American girls by illegal criminal aliens. Not one of them, well, there's a couple of them, but I think they were Republicans. Not one of them from their aisle stood up. Not one of them clapped to honor the memory. They brought up the child with the whole thing. He's been fighting surgeries with tumors and all this and that. Even for that, they couldn't stand up and clap. And this same jackoff right here of Al Green is the same guy that stood up there and made a big fuss of, shut up. We voted President Donald Trump in there, whether you like it or not. Now show us that you're serving the people by passing the agenda that we voted for. If Democrats stop getting in the way and actually work with us, we will be so much better off. But instead, they like to fear monger people. This is what they do. This is what they do. They tell a lie, and then they give it to the legacy media. They wait for the story to come out, and then they call a press conference, and then they bring that issue. Huh? You don't believe me? Oh, hell no. All right, you don't believe me. Let's go take a look here. Let me see if I can find this video fast enough. Let's see. Let me see. That's not it. Come on. Let me see if I can find this video fast enough. My sister Trinity sent me this link, which I appreciate because I couldn't find it before. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Come on. I think it's this one. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Yeah. This is the one. All right. This is for my libtards that hate me on this chat. Here we go, guys. Now, remember what I told you. Remember what I said. Now, this is a legit video. Listen how she says it out of her own mouth. Scott, you are in MAGA country right now. All of my patrons that are in here and that I want here, hey, if you guys are blocking people, I'm going to remove the wrench from you. I need everybody to stay in here, and I want to hear what they're saying. Here we go. Let's see. Let freedom ring. This guy is so blinded, he doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Dennis has Democrat derangement syndrome. Let's find out if what I just told you that about Nancy Pelosi is true. And we'll find out if it's a derangement or if it's actually truth. Here we go. Not out of my mouth, out of her mouth. Check this out.
The difference is we don't engage in the politics of personal destruction. The fact is that if we just talk about the issues, for example, I think it would be interesting to people in these districts to know that the Speaker wants to take away the guarantee of Medicare. So I think talking about issues is where we should be. What is the difference in one person being Speaker than another? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the
they do the wrap-up smear. So President Donald Trump, and we use mean names. Mean. We're so mean. Oh, my God, he called me a name. What they do is different. This is what they do.
Wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it.
Yep.
And then you write it, and if they see it's reported in the press that this, and this, so they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic, and it's self-evident. But
go ahead, libtards. Give it to me. Go ahead and explain that to me. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance. I'm gonna get my hot water ready for my next cup of coffee. I'm gonna get my next cup of coffee ready here. I know Robert doesn't like my instant coffee. Let's see. Hold on. What was that? Donald says John Gentleman is the only Democrat left. You mean Fetterman? Let's see. Without hating violence, how would you know they're Democrats? Nancy Pelosi. This is the Republican strategy. She's not wrong. Number one. Okay, maybe this is why. Okay. Let's clarify something. So maybe this is why. This is why you on the left side think the way you think. All right, I'm going to remove all my moderators. Sorry, guys, but I'm going to have to remove all my moderators. And you will get the moderation back eventually. I need you guys to listen to what I say. Okay. Temporary. That's right, Robert. But I'm still going to drink the coffee because it's all I got for now. For now. Sometimes we got to make sacrifices. All right. So, no more moderators for today. I need you guys to let this guy speak because I want to call them out. So if you guys have been told by the legacy media that this was Pelosi talking about Republicans, absolutely false. This is her. Remember, she says they don't go around insulting people like President Trump and the way the Republicans do. But instead, they do the wrap-up smear. It's what they do. And she even points out that they leak the information to social media. To legacy media, I mean. And then, well, let's hear it again, in case you missed it.
I think it would be interesting to people in these districts to know that the Speaker wants to take away the guarantee of Medicare. So I think talking about issues is where we should be. What is the difference in one person being Speaker than another? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear.
We call it the wrap-up smear. Now look, who hates the legacy media? President Trump. Who loves the legacy media? Actually, down here. She does. She loves the legacy media. Pay attention to what she says.
If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest.
Yeah, just like you leftists are doing in my chat and on every Democratic leftist crap agenda that you have out there, you keep raising all these falsehoods against President Trump, pedophile. You say he's in the Epstein files because you know. Yeah, you were there. So you absolutely know that Trump is in the files, don't you? How retarded do you sound right now? How retarded do you sound that you come over here and say things like you know is a fact, like you were there, like you wrote the list? How stupid is that? Well, we call that a wrap-up smear. We raise falsehoods against our opponents. That's what they've been doing from day one because they knew that the people chose President Donald Trump. Whether you like him or not is irrelevant. The fact that the snakes like Nancy Pelosi are out here saying this, you see, this is why she has to retire. Because she's getting too old to realize that she's spilling the beans. She's starting to realize, she's starting to not realize that the people around her that are smiling at her are not on her side. And she forgets that somebody else is listening, like myself. And we're going to go ahead and share it with the world. Go ahead, Ms. Pelosi, you lying snake.
And then you merchandise it.
Merchandise.
And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that valid.
So you go. Who reports it to the press? Not President Trump. He hates the press. Pelosi. Now, what has been President Donald Trump's stand? They have been tough on, no, not tough. They have been very persistent on transparency. And that is the difference. Tell me, how many meetings have you seen Democrats do transparently? Not one. Not one. They only come on press conferences to come and give you lies. Dalabama, or Timu, however you want to call him. Yeah. Let's see. Emma says, look at her gestures. See how psychosis got. It's like, Daddy, that takes on a whole new meaning. Well, here's a story that you think is going to be funny. You're welcome, Finding Greatness. My son, my oldest son, let's see, I forget how old he is. Hold on. He was born in, when was he born? January 7th, 1996. How old is he? 25, 29. So he's going to be 30 years old in about a month or so, a month and a half. He was with his girlfriend, because I invited him to go to, there's a place called Wild Waves over here. And he had his girlfriend with him, and very friendly, by the way. Yeah, she's, well, and I like her because she said that I was a cool dad. That's right. That's right. And just so you know, my son is half black. And so his girlfriend is, she is black, okay, full black. And so she said this, and I said, I looked at my son, and I said, hey, mijo. Mijo means my son. It's like a slang word. I said, mijo. In front of his girlfriend, I said, who's your daddy? He said, oh, Dad, nah, that's messed up. I was like, well, who is your daddy? You are. I was like, that's right, come here. I am your daddy, you sucker. And his girlfriend was just laughing her head off, and she's like, oh my God, that is so awesome. And she's like, she says, I see where your son gets his humor from. So there you go, true story. And I thought it was great, and I had to share it with you guys because people think that they're insulting me when they say, "Was that Daddy Trump?" And it's like, yeah, that's my Daddy Trump right there. I just wish he'd invite me over for dinner. He's been neglecting me way too long. Way too long. He's been neglecting me. I need to have dinner with my daddy. Daddy Trump to the rescue. Let's go. Now listen. I'm not going to tell you guys that he's perfect. Of course not. Nobody is perfect. But doggone it, he's been able to do so many things for our country. You got to agree with that and stop being a blocker and start being a supporter. You guys can do it, man. I still believe. I want to believe that you guys still love this country. You got to support your president, man. You got to support your president. That's right. Let freedom ring. Great dads are not forced to pay child support. I was not forced to pay child support, just so you know. Oh, you know what? At least you remember that. You remember that story. I'm not ashamed of it. How many guys out there chose the wrong woman to be with? Many. It's very seldom that we find a good woman to be with us for the rest of our life. And the same thing is with women, I guess, right? It's hard to find the right man to be with for the rest of your life. You know what the fact is of things? It's that, thank you, Kathy. Yep, I do like to speak the truth, even if it hurts, even if it gets me hated. The truth is the truth. And we have to speak the truth. That's what I want. But, you know, I find it very, very interesting that people rather be lied to, you know. please tell me that you're not going to use the Bible on this divorce thing. Can you explain the other half of that? Go ahead and tell me what else the Bible says about divorce. Oh, man, I love it when people try to come in here and try to speak the Bible against me. I love it. Go on. I'm going to give you a chance. Too tough. I'm going to give you a chance to go ahead and prove to me that you actually read the Bible. What else does it say about that? We proclaim Jesus Christ to be the King of Kings, but he never said he was. Go ahead, Too Tough. I want you to tell me what else it says about divorce. It's easier to lie to someone than to convince them they're being lied to. Yeah, that's true. Donnell, yep. Trump to fix all of Biden's screw-ups. Yep. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let Freedom Ring says, Austin, this guy. Nah, you're an idiot. Okay. Oh, knife. Dude, you are so full of shit. I can't even believe that you're going to come over here and say that I'm anything about truth. Let me see what you say. You want to speak truth, that's your goal, then just do it. I've been speaking truth. You just don't listen. All right, come on. I'm waiting for Too Tough to tell me what else does it say about divorce. What else does the Bible say about divorce? Go on, genius. While you think about that answer, I'm going to make my coffee, but I do want to say thank you to my members on this channel for being members and for your support. Thank you, members. Let me see. Where you go, Brian? Give me a second, brother. Huh. Let me double check on that, Brian. Give me a second here. Let me take a look. See what's going on here. There's a couple of hidden users there, and I think I did 3 of them, so they're staying in there. I don't want to see them in my chat ever again. Not because I care what they say, but because they are not respecting the actual chat for everybody else. Now, you have to understand something. I give you a chance. I'm live. See, I'm not like other podcasters. You know, I'm not just here with a couple of people just talking, ignoring your comments. I'm trying to read your comments so that I can give you some feedback. But when you're putting negative things on there, what is the feedback that I should be giving you? How should I treat you if you come in just being hostile, etc.? There's no other way but to tell you what I tell you. All right, let me go ahead. And I saw a response from Too Tough here. Here it says. Too Tough says the Bible teaches that marriage is meant to be a lifelong covenant. Absolutely. And divorce is generally discouraged. Yes. But it does address situations like what? Like what? You said the Bible doesn't support divorce, and you said it was hypocrisy. So that doesn't tell me why it's hypocrisy. Continue reading your Bible on divorce. Yeah, first, last. Yeah, you're right. Well, what the Bible says is to love your neighbor as I loved you. It's really hard to do, right? No, that's not true. No, you can remarry, but it says that you will always be you will be an adulterer. That's what it says. But you can remarry. But here's the thing, guys. Okay, I've been married for 14 years. The Bible is against divorce, but Jesus said that we are to give letter of divorce because of infidelity. And it wasn't me. Let's just leave it at that. Okay? So don't bring the Bible when it comes to that, okay? If I just wanted to get divorced, I would have been divorced a long time ago from this marriage. Trust me, a long time ago. But I have found no signs of infidelity, and so here we are, trying to make it work. Right? That's just the way I live. And I think it's fair. I mean, nobody's perfect. You know, I'm a jealous person, and I'm going to make the difference between me as a man being jealous and as God being jealous. Okay. Now, guys, if you are a member and somehow your membership went away when I took the mod wrench off, I'm not sure what happened there, but it shows that you're still. I don't see any of you. I only see Ozzy. I only see Ozzy here as a member now. Let me double check on my list. Let me see. Not that one. There. No, the members are still there. Let me see, Brian, where did you go? Thanks for subscribing, guys. Yeah, Brian, you dropped, but it's not because of that. I think you don't have auto renew on the membership. I think that's what it is. Yeah, Saltwater and Bob and Robert are good. Yeah, Brian, I think you just have to. I think if you don't have auto renew, that it probably just expired. But if you wanna set it to auto renew, and you don't feel like paying, because like I have 3 memberships on there, and you guys know that everybody, doesn't matter what membership level you are, you will get what every other member gets. Okay, there's going to be no preferences on anything. But I do have a level of $2.99 a month, which is hella cheap. $6.99 is still hella cheap. And then there's a $24.99 that I don't think I have one of those memberships yet, but that's actually how you support me the most when it comes to money-wise. You guys already know Mindspeak. He was Liberty for All. He has supported me a lot with monetary help. And so, he just became a member, by the way, as well. even though he's been with us for a few months. This channel is like 4 months old. So we're not that old. We are babies. We are babies in this channel, even though we are old. But we are babies in this channel. All right, let's go ahead and cancel Nancy Pelosi. We know she's full of crap. Not important. But I do have stories. We already talked about the impeachment, BS impeachment. There is a story from... where'd you go? Fetterman. Senator Fetterman. Let's see. It says... I don't think I can read more than just a little title here, but it says Senator Fetterman has urged the public to avoid extreme political labels, refusing to call opponents Nazis or compare them to Hitler. His stance drew praise from conservative figures like Fox News host Callie McEnany. Fetterman has sought to position himself as an independent voice, repeatedly criticizing colleagues for heated rhetoric. Now you see that right there? That's where I'm at. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. A lot of the people that are members, subscribers, not members, but subscribers on my channel are that way. And they come in crews, you know. Sometimes I get 1,000 people in here. Sometimes I get 100. Sometimes I'm with 50 for a long time. Everybody's timeline is different, okay? But the fact is that most of the people, and I want people to be in here, I want you to be patriot, country first, party second. You can be a Democrat and you can be a Republican, that's fine. But let's stick with facts and let's stick with the truth, okay? So that's what I got on Fetterman. I respect him a lot for that. Oh man, I got a clip from the spy who shagged me. And we're going to talk about how rational Democrats are. Let's see. Oh, speaking of the devil, liberty for all. Good morning, my friend, a.k.a. Mind Speak. I was just talking about you, man, and I was telling the people here, big shout out to Mind Speak. He became a member of my channel, but he was not a member for the longest time. And I'm going to tell you, he's my brother, neighboring brother from Central America. We're both Americans now, but he's always been a big supporter, and I appreciate him for that. He doesn't come in here and agree with me, by the way. He gives me shit sometimes, and so he should. But we come to an agreement that at the end of the day, what we believe doesn't make us hate each other. What we disagree on does not make us hate each other. At the end of the day, if we were face to face, we would be enjoying a beer on the weekend when we're not working. And that is a fact. Even though I don't drink anymore, I would with friends. All right. With that being said, let's see who else we got in here. Man, I think I say hello to everybody. Guys, thank you so much for being here with me, okay? I appreciate you. God bless you for that support. Aga says, furthermore, I believe it should be up to the instructors of the firearm safety class to determine whether you guys talking about about guns? What's going on? Let's see. Who's talking about guns? I like guns. I like guns. Let's see. Black Rabbit says, I want to hear Dennis take. I own firearms. I serve in the military. What's going on with the arms, guys? Put another chat in there. Let me know what's the question there, Black Rabbit. Oh, here we go. What do you think about the Second Amendment? Do you own any firearms? Yep. Well, absolutely. Absolutely. 100% Second Amendment. Yes, sir. I do have guns. Well, gun. I have one gun. I have been meaning to buy more, though. That's for sure. You need to have at least 3 guns, at least, right? Because if you keep reloading the gun and keep reloading and you keep shooting, it overheats. So you want to give it some rest. Boom, holster that away. Boom, grab the other one and bam, 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 grab the other one. You know what I'm saying? and then just yeah. I believe the Second Amendment was given to us and is one of the amendments that we need to keep. Listen, I understand there's a lot of mental health problems out there. A lot of people look normal, but they're not. I get it. You know what? But if everybody was carrying out in the open, I think that people will think twice about committing a crime in a room full of people with guns. You know, it could be a bad thing. It could be the whole room is in the gig, and is a bad thing. But you know what? If you pull out the gun to threaten somebody, chances are you're going to get shot. Okay? So never pull your gun out. I have gotten encounters with people, arguments. My gun never comes out. And I hope it never does. Not in a fight, not in an argument. I hope it never comes. But if it was something to where like I had to protect my family, there is not much talking going on. Somebody's going down, especially somebody with a weapon. If somebody doesn't have a weapon, where do we go, right? You have to study the situation, and it depends. It depends on the situation and how it goes. But yeah, I believe the Second Amendment should be there. Yeah, Charlie believed in that. And if he survived that shot, I can guarantee you he will still believe in the Second Amendment. Cool. Says I have a 25. What's with the hat? Dennis Herrera show. You like that? DHS, baby. DHS. That is my brand. I know. I should make one with ice. Incredibly cutest ever. That's ice for me right there. There we go. Let's see. Men says don't handle it during the live. That's true. That is true. I don't understand this, guys. I showed my gun in one of my lives. I got banned. I got banned for 48 hours. What the hell happened? I see people shooting guns. It's, blah, 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 everything. And they're out there. They don't get banned. They keep playing. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there's something that I'm supposed to do in order for me to be able to show a gun or something. But that's right, my man. I remember that. Let's see. What else we have here? Well, let freedom, bro. Man, I wish that I can hear something positive and some common sense from you. I just, man, I'm going to continue believing that there is hope for you. Okay. Let me see. Saltwater says you can't just let the criminals have guns. The citizens need to be armed and as well from protection from the criminals. I hope you never have to pull it out either, Dennis, because if you did, that means somebody's threatening your life or your family's life, and I never want to see that happen. Me neither, my friend. Me neither. But I'm not going to go down without fighting. I'll tell you that right now. Someone needs to boot Dennis as stream boss. Let's see some super chats, or actually, no, every time somebody subscribes, my stream boss health goes down. But every time somebody puts a super chat, depending on the amount, it can take all my health off, and they become the stream boss chat until somebody else boots them off. Normally, what's your new name? Liberty? Mindspeak. I can't remember. Liberty. Normally, Liberty for All is always taking the rank, and only Berniel and just a couple of guys actually take him off of that. I think Saltwater has been there before. So, all right. With that being said, this is the logic of the Democrats. This is the logic of the left. This is what they support. This is what they want. Now, before I play this clip, I'm going to give you something that's been going on here in Washington State. Let me see. Does he should remove your rights away and jail your terrorism? What the hell did the Druze. I love how Trump steps all over the Bill of Rights, and you people love it. Listen, he's doing what we told him to do, and that's why we voted for the president, because we cannot do it. So we need somebody that gives a damn about us to do what we need to get done. It's very simple, my friend. Very simple. Let me see. Let me play my little video clip here. Yeah, there we go. Enjoy that, guys. Here, this is a little take from Samoa. This is how I used to relax when I was visiting over there. I can still feel the heat. You can actually fish right off of the rock right there, and sometimes the waves come out and splash you in the face. It's so nice. It's beautiful. All right. Enough of that. I'm going to have to show you this video. Oh, wait. I told you I was going to tell you something here about Washington State. So here in Washington State, we've been complaining about voter fraud. Okay. Now, DOJ has tried to get the voter rolls from Washington State because they want to audit them. They want to make sure that everything is legit. Now, they have the guy in charge of this. I don't know if he's an AG or what. I forget what his position is, but he is not releasing him because he said it's against the Constitution of Washington. Now, if you read the Constitution of Washington, it'll tell you that the Constitution of the United States of America trunks it. And there is a Privacy Act on the Washington Constitution that says that every person has the right to their privacy and nobody should infringe on that right. And also says unless there is authority granted permission to do so. That tells me that they are bound by the Washington Constitution to abide to the federal government's request to receive the voter rolls so that they can audit them. But what did they do? They said no. And they're still fighting right now till this day. But they said this: oh, we did find a couple of illegal immigrants that voted in our election. And they said, but we caught them. No, you didn't. Somebody else caught them, and you got caught with your pants down, and that's why you're admitting it. But if those two went through and voted in our elections here in Washington State, what makes me think that there's not more? Now, they've been fighting us, and they don't want to do voter ID. See, there's a thing that we call here enhanced ID or license, enhanced license. If you get an enhanced license or an enhanced ID, it means that you show proof of your birth certificate or your certificate of naturalization of a citizenship. And then you get registered as a voter. But what they have been doing here in Washington State is they have been registering to vote even those illegal immigrants, just because they can get an ID or a license to drive, which you guys know there was over what? There was over 10,000 illegal immigrants with a CDL license. You guys heard about this. You heard about the 18-wheeler that killed a family. You hear about all this reckless, big truck, big rigs driving, and they don't even speak English, so they can't really read or communicate with the police officers, blah, blah, blah. Over 10,000 illegal immigrants. So, let me tell you what happens in our Indian reservations. I like this. I like this right here. People say, we're not Indians, we're Native Americans. And yet, they're Indian reservations. And yet, they're Indian tribes council. Everything is Indian. Except when they come in to say, oh, we're Native Americans. I like that. I like that. So if you think that I'm BSing, Tony, go find out how many illegal immigrants have received licenses to drive. Listen, I remember when I was living down in North Carolina, I was down there just for a few months. It was a sad time in my life, to be honest, but just a few months. And I remember when I tried to go get a license at the DMV in North Carolina, there was a big ass line of illegal immigrants coming in to get an ID or a license. You know why? Because this was a state that didn't have the sophisticated equipment or updated equipment to be able to figure out if somebody's here legal or illegal. There was no laws, there was nothing to protect the American people from being invaded. And so people were going down there to get licenses and boom, right back to New York. And then down in New York with a license or an ID from North Carolina, now they can get an ID or renew a license in New York. So they go to a lot of different states. The only bot in here, bro, is you. All of my patrons in here, there is no MAGA bots. These are patrons that actually like to hear the truth. So I know that this is fraud. It is happening. And committing fraud, let me tell you something. Even if you use your own name, check this out. You have a passport, and you grab this passport, and this passport is not legal for you to be here in this country. But you use that passport to get an actual ID with your real name, real birth date, etc. Fake passports as well. But you lying to get a document from the federal government is a fraud, and that is a felony. And there is jail time, and at the end of jail time, because you're going to get your sweet due process, you're going to be deported anyway. So, there's that. I am Honduran, my friend. I am Honduran. One of the most handsome Hondurans that you will see anyway. With that being said, so Democrats keep lying, saying that illegal immigrants are not getting benefits. Bullshit. We know it's true. We know it's true. They keep lying that illegal immigrants cannot get licenses. Bullshit. We know it's true. We know it's true. I am a migrant. I know. I live within these communities. And yes, they do. And yes, they can. And if they can't do it in one state, they go to another state to get it there. What do? Open an account with a fake social security number. The banks don't care. Or they go get a cell phone bill. They go get a cell phone service, bill it to my address. Once you get the bill address on there, boom, now you can go to the DMV, and now you can go ahead and get your license because you have proof of residency. Easy, easy, easy. I went to go buy a car in LA. And, of course, the guy is Hispanic. So he takes me with him on a drive. And guess what this drive was for? We went to collect some fake licenses and social security cards. Thank you, Brian, for renewing. You see how you get that different metal? It still recognizes that you've been subscribed for a while. So every month that goes by, your metal changes to a different color. And so I know that this kind of stuff happens. Absolutely, 100%. Fake social security number. And now what I remember, now guys, this is back in 2006. Imagine that. 2006. They had a list of social security numbers not being used, whether they were by dead people, whether they were not assigned to anybody yet. These social security numbers were legit, but they were not legal, if you know what I'm talking about. Meaning that the system will recognize them. Now, the only time that, I'm sorry. Salud, my friends. And I hope you guys had a happy Thanksgiving. Tyler in the house. Hey, Tyler, how are you, my friend? Good morning. Lil Bit says, Agus, much hearts. Much love. Brian, you're part of the family again. Brian, listen, to all my members in here, man, I appreciate the support. Okay, number one, I appreciate it. But I'm going to tell you something. If you guys are not members, for whatever reason, I don't care. Just know that I will love you always, okay? Because you stand for this country. Now, I know a lot of you guys out there are actually veterans, something that I'm not. And well, I support you 100%. And I thank you for your service. But not only that, not only because of your service, not only because of your sacrifice, not only because you actually brought honor to our country, but because even after going through all of that, you guys are still supporting this country. See, you guys went and served you went to serve this country where there is good people and there's bad people. People that deserve it, people that don't deserve it. People that fight for it and people that don't fight for it, they fight against. And you guys sacrifice your family time. I love you for that. And I thank you so much to all the veterans that continue to fight for this country. I know it's easy to lose your way. I know it's easy to lose your way. Trust me, I know. There's times where I feel like I doubt that maybe we are on the wrong side, or that we are on the right side. And I just pray to God. And I just keep getting reconfirmation that we are right. We are supporting what's just. We are trying to be righteous. Nobody's perfect, but we are trying. Tanya, you're welcome. You're welcome, Tanya. Thank you for being in here. No worries. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. All right. Now, with that being said, I know I'm all over the place, but thank you for understanding my crazy ADHD that jumps around with everything. I don't know about you, but you have to understand. If you're new here, you have to understand something about me. Every time that I am, there's a lot of things. See, this is why I keep going back. Okay, so here, number one, you have to understand this. Every single English word that comes out of my mouth is translated from Spanish. So I might say things backwards sometimes, okay? I have never been able to take that off of my brain. I think in Spanish 100%. As a matter of fact, if I'm dreaming and I talk in my sleep, it's in Spanish. That is my native language. And so every time I say something in English, I'm translating, okay? That itself right there, I don't know how I speak English. And maybe this is why I can get rid of my accent, okay? But the second thing is this. Every time I'm talking about a subject, I have 100 other subjects that I have to think about, that I am trying to fix and trying to think. And oh my God, there's so much. Honduras, Mexico, Venezuela, everything is going on. All that is in there. It doesn't go away. It's making noise in my head, and I have to let it out. This is why I can go talking to you guys for hours. You guys see me doing 7 hours, easy, 7 hours on this show, because there's so many things in there, and it's hard enough just to try to concentrate on one thing to give to you, okay? It's hard for me to try to convince you, because when I tell you something is this way, you don't know why I'm saying that, but I can't really go back and circle all these hundreds of thousands of thoughts to make it make sense to you. All I can do is share what I can share, and I can hope that your common sense will click in, and you compare the information that I give with the information that you have received, the information that you see, and then, see what I'm saying? And still people don't think I have ADHD. They have no idea. I have worked all my life to try to control it without drugs. But with that being said, we're going to go into the next clip. And I know you guys seen this, and I know that you love this. So let me go ahead and get rid of the media file from here so you guys can see. Let's see a little bit. What you got, a little bit? Alex is a double-edged sword for real. Yeah, you're talking about the truth? The Bible is a double-edged sword too. Let's see, stop saying lies about the Social Security. You know that's not how they do it, because you were illegal and you did it yourself. So didn't you just do a contradiction right there? If you believed, which by the way, no, it's not true. But if you believe that I was illegal and I did it, how is that a lie about Social Security? 50 that doesn't make sense, does it? That doesn't make sense at all. But anyway, I will tell you this, and this is true. I scolded one of my Mexican friends. Now, he is now a pastor. He's a very good father. He's a great pastor, but has a past. I said to him one day, I remember when I was 18 years old, you have to understand, I've been on my own since I was 16. I was not able to get my own apartment until I was 18. But as soon as I turned 18, I got my own apartment. I ended up paying a lady $300 a month just to let me sleep in the living room, okay? She didn't give me food, by the way. She did invite me sometimes, but she didn't give me food. But when I turned 18, I got my own apartment. So I used to work at Taco Bell. I loved it. I was good at it. I was the master of drive-through. I remember we had this new system, right? This is when they went from the old McDonald's touch the color, stickers to digital touch screen. And there was a menu, and over here there was menu 1, 2, and 3. And then there was tacos, burritos, blah, 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 the side items, the extra items, special items, etc. And I remember that I made the orders, and the system was so slow compared to the way that I would put my orders in that the people will come into the drive-thru. Now, I got all the crazy because I used to work the graveyard shift, okay? This is a story that just popped in. I used to work the graveyard shift, and so I get all these crazy drunk people in there. I had so many women flash their boobies at me in the drive-thru window, and I'm just like, that's nice. So it will be this much. Yes, I looked. And I remember people would come into the drive-thru and be like, hey, I would like to get like 5 burritos with minus onions, no sauce, and I would like to get another 5 burritos with chicken and blah, blah, blah. And I want these tacos with no lettuce, and then I want this tostada with this and that. And they were like, did you get that? I was like, yeah, I did, but hold on. My system is still processing. Meaning I already pushed everything, and the screens were still flashing and changing because it recognized the pattern and the order in which I chose the items. What was great is that it responded perfect. If I minus onions, if I added tomatoes, if I took out the sour cream, blah, 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 it remembered every single touch. And so, all right, give me a second. I'm still waiting, and here we go. All right, so you ordered 5 bean burritos with no onions, and then you said 5 chicken burritos and this and that, and then you said some tacos with no lettuce, and then you said tostadas with okay. And they're like, damn, you did that, all that? I was like, man, sorry, it took so long because my system is too slow. Right? So they will come to the window, and I was so proud. I was like, I was very good. Now, here is my graveyard crew. I had 2 Mexicans. That's right. 2 Mexicans. And myself as their leader in Taco Bell. That line never grew too long because we were badasses. I remember Heriberto, he used to grab, boom, 6 tacos in his little tiny Mexican hands. Boom, there you go. And then the other guy will do the put in the lettuce and blah, 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 this and that. And we got all the orders in there. And sometimes I would get people that would just drive by. Either they forgot their money or whatever. And I had to delete the order. And I was like, bro, shoot. He's like, hey, why are you deleting? And I said, well, because the guy just drove by and that was his order. So we got all this food, which, of course, we are going to eat. Free food. Let's go. So anyway, so I worked at Taco Bell. And the reason why I tell you the story is not because I was the badass in drive-thru, okay? Which, by the way, I always answer, welcome to the border. Can I take your order? I never got fired for that, by the way. But people thought it was hella funny when I answered that on the microphone. Anyway, so these 2 guys that I work with, the graveyard crew, they needed a place to crash. And I said, hey, I got an idea. Now, mind you, the guys are older than me. Okay? Heriberto was at least 10 years older than me. I said, why don't you guys come and stay with me? I said, I have a 2-bedroom apartment. It's a long story. Make a long story short, I had a 2-bedroom because of my son. Bada bing, bada boom, didn't work out. It is what it is. We dropped it, blah, blah, blah. So now I get these 2 guys. Concerned Peter, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. So I got these two roommates. Okay, now, I'm going somewhere with this. Bear with me, and then we're gonna get to this clip from the spy that shagged me. I said, okay, stay here with me. And back then, I used to have GTE. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but GTE is like a local phone service, like AT&T or Verizon, but for home phone service, right? So this is what happened. One of the Mexicans told me, hey, can I make calls to Mexico? And I said, well, no, it's international. It's expensive. I said, don't make calls to Mexico. He said, oh, I'll pay you back. I said, okay, hey, okay. Long story short, over $2,000. This is back in 95, guys. Back in 95. $2,000 worth of international calls. Never paid me. Didn't pay me the rent. Lucky, I always paid the rent. I paid all my bills except for that phone bill because it was too expensive. Okay? All right, so there you know. Now you have something that I'm going to tell you about. So this Mexican friend of mine, who now is a pastor, he had a bill similar to mine, except he just threw it in the garbage. And he will use a different social security number to get another phone bill. Did that 3 times. Ran off the bill, they couldn't pay it, and they used a different social security number. That's right, they were illegal, obviously. And I thought, well, I'm a resident. I have a real social security number. I don't think it's fair that they can just use a fake social security number and nothing happens. You know what I'm saying? So I know, I live with the people that do this, and they're getting more sophisticated by the minute. So you can't tell me that illegal immigrants don't have social securities, that they don't work, that they don't get benefits. I know because I know them. And I'm against that. Now, they found some way, they got papers. And like I said, he's a great pastor. He's a great father. He's a great person. And he repents from all those bad things that he did. But the fact is, I still know. Don't take me for a fool. I know. You cannot lie to me because I know. I know that it gets done. Personally, I got experience personally. I watched it with my own eyes. They don't care. With that being said, the spy that shagged me. Listen to the great idea about how Democrats want to use. By the way, Left Freedom Ring, Mexican pizzas are my favorite from Taco Bell. But nobody makes them like I did. I make the best. I know what ingredients to put in there. It's better than the pizza that they sell. Anyways, so here's we go. The spy that shagged me. Here we go. You guys remember him? Oh, this is juicy. This is juicy. Now, I already told you all the reasons and the ways that illegal immigrants are getting their stuff done. Okay? Dang it, man, I can't change this. There we go. Okay. Just trying to make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see what's going on here, okay? All right, you guys ready for this? What's going on, Ken? Uh-oh. Ken, you're not blue or green anymore. What's going on? So I removed wrenches from everybody. I think it was Brian. Yeah, Brian said that it somehow took away his color, but I think he just didn't renew. So when he renewed the membership, he got his actual old school badge, meaning that he's been with me for longer than a month, 2 months, I think. So yeah, there's that. All right, guys, here we go. Let's listen to the spy who shagged me, the Chinese spy who shagged me. Here we go. Listen to this, guys. This is how we make sure that voter fraud is not committed. Well, let's take a listen to this guy that's going to run for governor in California, because California is full of idiots, and they vote for people like this.
I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think every Californian
Vote by phone.
Vote by phone. Yeah, if we can do our taxes, do our make our healthcare appointments, make essentially do your banking online, you should be able to vote by phone.
So there was a lot of reaction to that. Let's put up some of the reaction on X. This was from the White House account. President Trump's.
Thanks for the super likes. Yes, I appreciate it. And you can see that the more people subscribe to the channel, my health stream boss right here, right there, this right there, the health is going down every time people subscribe or when people do a super chat. It doesn't matter the amount. I mean, it does in a way, but every time that somebody puts a super chat, it takes the health down. And when you do become the stream chat boss, we do got to make our president do a little dance. And old patriots love it. Don't worry. If people don't take the stream chat, I play it anyways just because I love the beat of the boss, el jefe, el patrón. All right, here we go. Let's see what the X account says. Hey, sweetheart. Good morning, Mom.
Team. When President Trump talks about the importance of securing our elections because deranged Democrats like creepy Eric Swalwell think it's a good idea to vote by phone. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, voting by phone? No. How ridiculous. Chad Bianco, who is running for governor, sheriff of Riverside.
Sorry, guys. I got to show. What the hell is wrong with my child? Look what my daughter did. You guys see that? So you see the full body there, right? It's too much reflection. Get your ugly ass drawing. Good job. Hold on, sweetheart.
County. Vote in person, show your ID. It's simple. Steve Hilton also running for governor as a Republican. I want us to be able to vote in a system that's honest, in person, with ID, citizens only. How about that? So their argument is basically the safest thing to do is to have paper ballots that can't be hacked, to have everybody show an ID and show up in person so you know who's voting and you watch the whole process through. How is that not the safest thing to do? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, well, Californians are smarter than those three because Californians know that you do need to show who you are through a biometric.
Whoo! Hey, I fall in. I was here in the States in the 80s.
To access your finances, to access your healthcare records, to access your taxes. And so, of course, it's going to be secure. And what I am suggesting is if we are going to lead the way in technology, shouldn't we challenge?
So just so you guys know, right now, I do have a bank account. I cannot open a new bank account because somebody used my social security number to open a bank account. I know my name. I know I got evidence. This is me. This is my full name. This is everything from me. And they still wouldn't take that off the system. And they still, till this day, I cannot open a new bank account. So Mr. Shag the Chinese spy well is wrong. People commit fraud online all the time. But this is what Democrats like to vote for.
Ourselves to make democracy more accessible. I also want to virtualize, and by the way, 74% is what that polls at as far as approval among Americans. I want to virtualize the DMV too. I don't want.
By the way, if 70% of the people, the American people, he says, agree with this idea, do you really believe that 70% of those people are actual Americans? Or are they the ones using the fake papers? What, you know what I'm saying? You guys like that name? What I say? I don't know. I made it up in the moment. What I said? The What I said? I forgot the name. What was the name that I gave him right now? Oh, man, I got to write this. Man, let me tell you something. I got some gold moments, but it's just in the spur of the moment, and then I forget. What did I call him? The what? The spy, the Chinese, what? The spy? I can't even remember what name I gave him. Ah, man, see, you guys got to enjoy the live because when we have lives, you guys get fresh content, fresh material. And hey, nothing is copyrighted. You guys can use whatever you want. All right. All right, let's see. Agus says 90% of the people that I have encountered cannot do it. Let's see. If you want to see my capability, how about you go take a 16-pound sledge carry it on the very end of the handle and touch your nose with it and not break your nose with it. What? I don't know about that, man. I think I can do it. Come back over here with a purple nose. Oh, man. Little bit. Oh, how cute. She can squat 5 pounds. Well, plus whatever pounds you have on. It could be about 15. You know what I'm saying? Give yourself some credit. All right, let's continue listening to this genius.
Californians to have to go to the DMV. I think we can do that virtually. There's 208.
Oh, the Chinese that spack me, the Chinese that shagged me well. The Chinese spy that shagged me well. There you go. The Chinese spy that shagged me well. That's his name.
DMV offices. I'd rather take the proceeds of selling those offices and invest it in our kids.
So you're not worried about voter fraud because that's the charge here.
I think
it's open for fraud and other people could hack the system.
It's the opposite. It also provides, and this is being done right now. I'm not the first person to suggest this. It's happened in West Virginia. It's happened in mayor's races across the country, and there is a auditable backup trail to show if there was any compromise. And
sure.
If people want to vote in person, they can still do that. Also, Alex, I'm going to fine every county for every minute that a voter has to wait in line beyond 30 minutes because your pizza should not come faster than you casting your ballot.
Lastly, just to wrap things up with you two.
You gotta be kidding me, bro.
It is.
What are you, in a sentence, maybe most grateful for?
My pictures are fantastic.
I am most grateful for the unbelievable children I have.
Well said.
And I'm grateful for a family who's supporting me to take on this fight for all Californians.
Yeah. This Chinese spy that shagged me well. Horrible. So one guy gives thanks, he's to have amazing children, and the other one is like, I don't have children, but I'm thankful family support me. He's a crackhead. We allow crackheads to be in here. Oh, man, look who's next. Look who is next. Remember that president? Remember the president? Man, I will tell you something. I like the suit that he has on, to be honest. But, oh, man, here we go, guys. We're going to have fun with this one right here. Right here. Right here. Oh, my goodness. Let me go ahead and see what's popping over here. Death penalty. Lawmakers demanded justice in killing of the National Guard. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. It's a 7.5 minute clip, guys. Let's take a listen to this. Hold on, Ms. Judge. All right, let's see what they say here. Oh, my gosh. Fox News. I don't want to get in trouble, guys.
Some prayers go out to the family of a beautiful 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom who answered the call to serve her nation. And she volunteered, and she ended up being shot ambush style on the cold streets of Washington, D.C. By an individual who will now be charged with murder in the first degree. There are certainly many more charges to come, but we are upgrading the initial charges of assault to murder in the first degree.
U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, joining us just moments ago, announcing her office has upgraded the murder charge against Rahmanullah Lakhanwal, the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members and killing 1. Let's bring in West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Capito. And Senator, I know that this horrific tragedy has hit your state so hard because these 2 brave individuals were from your great state. Your reaction to Jeanine Pirro's comments right there?
Well, it has been a difficult several days, and our hearts and prayers go out for the Beckstroms and also for Andrew's family as well. Losing her was a tragedy beyond belief. I agree with the district attorney that we should be pressing the ultimate charges, the death penalty for someone who has attacked our National Guard on the streets of Washington, D.C. I think that she is right on track here, and I think the American people will definitely support these charges. It's a horrific attack, a terrorist attack on our peacekeepers. Sarah and Andrew were there to keep peace in our capital city, to be a part of the presence there so that it could be safer, and they were taken down by the very thing they were trying to prevent.
And this tragedy has brought vetting of foreign nationals back into the spotlight. Here is what Jeanine Pirro had to say about that.
There was no vetting. If you think there was vetting, I have a bridge to sell you. If you saw the chaos that was going on at that airport in Kabul, in Afghanistan, it was typical of what was going on in the Biden administration. And the Pentagon, I believe it was Kirby and people in the Biden administration said the Afghan withdrawal that we all know was disastrous was a success. And that's a quote. They called that a success. That chaos is not a success. That is a nightmare. So let's stop namby-pambing around with this, oh, we was vetted. There was no vetted.
And in the moments following the attack, President Trump came out and said, look, we need to vet every single one of those Afghan nationals who came here in the chaos following what happened in August and throughout 2001.
Yep.
As a senator, how can our government accomplish that goal, or can they, Senator?
Well, I think several years ago when this was occurring, when the chaos of the exit, the abominable exit out of Afghanistan, we actually did present to a bill that would say these folks need to be vetted. We didn't know who they were. It was happening so fast. It was so chaotic. And this is the aftermath of what you see of poor policies, of poor of the inability to vet people, understanding that a country like Afghanistan, it would be difficult to vet people anyway because of the systems there. But we should have known. We should know who they are. And
hey,
we
Scott.
should protect ourselves and others from this terrorist mentality that has been brought into our country by so many.
And you have to envision that it's not just the individuals from Afghanistan. The entire Biden administration, immigration, people coming into our country illegally, it happened chaotically on both borders and even not through our borders. So it's something we need to pay attention to. There's also the fact that your colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been engaging in inflammatory rhetoric for months following Donald Trump authorizing National Guards to visit and stay in not just Washington, D.C., but cities throughout our country. Let's take a listen to some of what they have said about National Guard troops in our cities.
I don't think you have an armed militia in the nation's capital.
The president is attempting to send the National Guard to send and terrorize cities.
Out of places like Chicago. It makes me incredibly nervous that we're about to see people in law enforcement, people in uniform military get nervous, get stressed, shoot at American civilians.
Senator, what is your message to your Democrat colleagues when it comes to rhetoric on what our National Guard troops are doing in our cities?
Well, we've had National Guard troops in the capital city since August. The crime statistics are way down. every single guard. I wonder if my colleagues ever walked around the city and talked to the Guard members who were there. These were folks who had volunteered for the service, had volunteered to serve our country. And basically what they were doing was freeing up and what they are doing is freeing up the Metropolitan Police in D.C. to be able to deal with the more criminal crime elements in the city, which were running rampant in the city. So,
the thing I don't understand why these Democrats keep pushing this whole anti-National Guard on the streets. They keep calling it a Gestapo. Stupid. They keep calling it martial law. It's like, do they not understand that they are not there to do a curfew for us, all of us, to be indoors, closed in, etc. They are there to protect the innocent, the law-abiding. If you are not a criminal committing crimes, there is nothing that they're going to do to you. But if you go out there and start throwing stuff at them, you start shooting them, well, guess what? That's exactly what you're going to get back. But for these Democrats to keep saying that having the National Guard on our streets, like, who the hell do they think they are? This is our American military forces. You should be happy that they are on our streets. You should stop by and give them a high five. Say, thank you for your service. We're glad that you're here. Thank you so much. I feel safer with you here. They give their lives to protect us. Look what happens when they let their guards down. They let their guards down, and we lost 2 military members. And the left wants to continue to demonize us. We need them there. If governors, senators, if mayors don't want us to come in there with the National Guard, well, handle your business. Handle your business. ICE is like Gestapo. What? No, we got federal laws and we respect the laws. That is just crazy. It's crazy. I don't see why people can't see any different than that. Wow.
how do you feel about this? What types of incidents have you had? There was no pulling out of weapons and weaponizing our National Guard. These were presents that were there to indicate to citizens, to visitors, to dignitaries, to whoever's in the capital city, that peace is there and you're going to feel safe. And I reject this hyperbolic rhetoric that they put forward. I don't think they spent 1 minute talking to anybody in the streets of D.C.
Certainly a valid question. Families right now.
And, you know, West Virginians are a strong bunch. Sarah went to a small school, Webster, about the prayers and the warmth coming from those families. Andrew's went to Musselman High School from the Eastern Panhandle near Martin, have all been reaching out and trying to comfort one another. When this hits one West Virginian, it hits all, and particularly in service to our country.
Now, it's not just West Virginians praying for Andrew right now. It's the entire nation praying that he makes it through. Senator Shelley Moore Capito, thank you. We're praying for you as well.
All right, let me see. Morsavita. We got a moron in our chat here. Go ahead and tell me what's so wrong about the military. Are you anti-military? Do you support your military only when out there dying for you? Not when they're over here just watching you? When do you support the military? You asshat. Why do you think the military is a criminal thing to do? Why do you look at our military as criminals? Why don't you go over there and go against the gangs? Why don't you go stop thievery? Why don't you go over there and stop murders and rapists and all this other shit? You know why you don't? Because you're a piece of shit. Don't talk about our military like that. You're a disrespect to our nation and to our veterans. You're garbage. Get the hell out of my chat if you don't like what we're saying. don't disrespect our military. These people sacrifice their life for us. The least that we can do is tell them thank you when you see them on the street. Make them feel welcome. You think they want to be there for your sorry ass? No, they don't. But they know that there is criminality and that they need to deter it. These people actually volunteer to work on Thanksgiving to bring peace and so that you can enjoy your time with your family in Thanksgiving. And because of their sacrifice, their families won't have them for Thanksgiving. You ungrateful bastard. I don't take questions from morons like you, Morsavita. I never asked anybody to sacrifice your life for me. Well, guess what? Go to a third world country where they won't sacrifice their life for you. Get the hell out of the United States of America. Markup says, I support our president at least trying to do something about the criminals taking over our country. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. He is the commander-in-chief, 100%. Christ King says, I have been in D.C. and made a point to avoid it. Family members were there when President Trump did the big 4th of July event. I have felt greater relief when Trump started going into problem zones. Yeah, I agree. I hear that from a lot of people, my friend. Thank you guys for making those comments. Dana is sick of anti-American people. Yeah. I like this broke-ass people that come in here demanding answers to a question that I've never seen. Put a super chat, you cheap bastards. If not, just wait. If I get to your question, I'll see it. Saul says to welcome them home, something that never got when they got back from Vietnam. Yeah, I remember that, bro. I wasn't here for that, but I remember watching the documentaries and all this stuff that they were doing against our military service people. Ungrateful bastards like this guy in here. Can't believe that there's people in America that don't appreciate our military. Unbelievable. All right, so hopefully all we have is here is Patriots. We're going to listen to this. You guys remember this when they had Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the House. Let's take a look and listen to how these conversations went on. And, well, let's talk about it, as we always do.
So the wall will get built, but we may not have an agreement today. We probably won't. But we have an agreement on other things that are really good. Nancy, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to meet with you so that we can work together in a bipartisan way to meet the needs of the American people.
Now, when the snake Pelosi says so that we can come in agreement in a bipartisan way, she means her way. See, Democrats always says in a bipartisan way, they mean their way. But if the opposition wins, they go hell back crazy on that. Just like they say democracy is a stake. Shut the hell up about democracy. We used it to put him in office. And all you ever been doing against democracy is fighting against it. Fighting against it.
I think the American people recognize that we must keep government open, that a shutdown is not worth anything, and that you should not have a Trump shutdown. You have the White House,
did you say Trump?
Shutdown. You have the White House,
Trump
you
down.
have the Senate, you have the House of Representatives, you have the votes. You should pass it
No, we
right
don't have
now.
the votes, Nancy, because in the Senate we need 60 votes.
No, but in the House,
and we don't
you
have.
could bring it up right now.
Yeah, but I
today.
can't, excuse me, but I can't get it passed in the House if it's not going to pass in the Senate. I don't want to waste time.
Well, the fact is, you can get it started that way.
The House, we can.
She's arguing, you remember this, She's arguing that he should get it started in Congress, okay, so that they can do a filibuster. We get it. We know how it works, okay? But as he said, why would I do that if we need 60 votes, even though the Republicans had the majority at that time as well, the Senate? Why would I do that if we need 60 votes to keep the government open? No. So we need to make sure that we secure the border. This is what he's arguing.
Get passed very easily,
Okay,
and we
then
do.
do it. Then
But
do
the
it.
problem is the Senate, because we need 10 Democrats to vote,
No,
and
no, that's
they
not
won't
the
vote.
point, Mr. President. The point is that there are equities to be weighed, and we're here to have a conversation in a
Correct.
prayerful way, so I don't think we should have a debate in
Correct.
front of the press on this. But the fact is, the House Republicans could bring up this bill, if they had the votes, immediately, and set the tone for what you want.
If we thought we were going to get it passed in the Senate, Nancy, we would do it immediately. We'd get it passed very easily in the House.
No, that's
We
not
would
the
get it, Nancy, I'd have it passed in 2 seconds. It doesn't matter, though, because we can't get it passed in the Senate because we need 10 Democrat votes. That's the problem.
Again, let us have our conversation.
You see how she tries to have this conversation off cameras? Because the cameras will see who's arguing. See, Trump likes to have the little debate in public so that they can see who's lying. Okay? She is uncomfortable answering because she wants to lie in camera, like off camera. This is not how she gets away with shit. This way, she's held accountable. And people will know that Trump is the only one fighting to secure the border. That's why they don't want to do it in front of the camera. I remember watching this shit 6 years ago, I think it was. Probably longer than that. 9 years now? I can't remember. But I remember watching this where they pretended to come in here and negotiate with President. No, they didn't come to negotiate. They came in here to get their way. That's it. Okay? I think she should be more sober when she goes to these meetings. But the fact is that President Trump wants this out in the open. Why does he want this out in the open? Because he wants the actual American people to see who says what, who doesn't want to work for the American people. As I said before, she says we got to negotiate something that's going to be bipartisan. What she means is her way. Why didn't she just tell Trump right there, hey, listen, if you pass that through Congress, the Senate, we will make sure that we have at least 10 Democrats vote for it in the Senate. Why doesn't she say that? Why doesn't she say that? Because then she's going to make her party look like a jackass, which is actually what they really are, right? They're jackasses. And they're proud about it. That's why she's fighting here. And look at this loser sitting right next to President Donald Trump. It's just like if I came into a meeting and my backup is a dummy right next to me. That's how this loser right here, to the right of President Donald Trump, oh man, what a damn shame.
And then we can meet with the press again. But the fact is that legislating, which is what we do,
Right.
you begin, you make your point, you state your case. That's what the House Republicans could do if they had the votes. But there are no votes in the House, a majority of votes, for a wall, no matter where you start.
Exactly right. You don't have
If I needed the votes for the wall in the House, I would have them in one session,
Well, then
would
go
be
do
done.
it. Go do it.
It doesn't help because we need 10 Democrats in
No,
the
don't
Senate.
put it on the Senate. Put it on,
course.
put it on the negotiation.
Okay, let me ask you this, and we're doing this in a very friendly manner. It doesn't help for me to take a vote in the House where I will win easily with the Republicans.
not win.
It doesn't help to take that vote because I'm not going to get the vote
Don't put
of
it
the
on
Senate. I need
Mr.
10
President.
senators. That's
Mr.
the problem.
President, you have the White House, you have the Senate.
I have the
you
White House. The White
of
House is done, and the House would give me the vote if I wanted it. But I can't because
you
I need,
can't-
Nancy, I need
you
10
can't.
votes from Chuck.
All
right, let me say something here.
Let me just say one thing. The fact is, you do not have the votes in the House.
Nancy, I do. And we need
Well, let's
border
take the
security.
vote, we'll
Nancy,
find out.
Nancy, we need border security. It's very simple.
Of course we do.
We need border security.
do.
People are pouring into our country, including terrorists. We have terrorists. We caught 10.
This is the first term from President Donald Trump. He doesn't have experience yet to how much power he actually has as the president of the United States of America, as the commander-in-chief. He doesn't know. And unfortunately, he picked this piece of crap over here with the red tie as his vice president. Oh, how much better it would have been if he would have picked somebody else. I would have picked Tulsi Gabbard, to be honest. And if she would have said no, then so be it. But I would have picked Tulsi to be my vice president, and I think we could have gotten a lot more things done than this piece of junk that's over here sitting next to him. What a damn shame. Damn, man, I just don't like this guy. I hate people that are traitors, that betrayed, the people that are actually fighting for this country.
Terrorists over the last very short period of time. 10. These are very serious people. Our boy.
Remember, President Donald Trump is arguing to get this wall done. And one thing that I'm going to point out is wherever the wall has been built, it has been easier for ICE, for Immigration Patrol, to detain and to not allow illegal immigrants to come through. But they have to be allowed to do their job. Okay? That's why he wants the wall built. Now, listen to the way that Chuck responds to this. Mike Pence is a piece of crap, bro. He's a traitor. I lost respect for him. I thought that he was going to be the voice of reasoning next to President Trump, and instead he betrayed him. How dare he, dude? Don't. That's a big difference. You got to do your job. The president is in charge. Whether you agree or disagree, it doesn't matter. You do what he tells you to do because we put him there to do a job. No manager wants to have employees that tell them what to do. No, don't argue with me. Just do what I tell you and let's get some results. People always throw this in their face like, oh, he just doesn't like people that go against him. Shut up. That's exactly the point of why he's president. He doesn't need people to go against him. He needs people that will make his ideas better. And if they don't like it, they still need to follow his orders. That's how it works. This is why you go to the voting. This is why you vote. That's how you get your voice heard. And once you vote, you got to respect democracy. That's how it works. But these morons have been talking about impeach from day one. And even after all the great things that he's been doing, they still want to bring it back up. And you guys would rather support, well, not you guys, but people still rather support some crazy-ass lunatic activist like Al Green and the crazy socialist, communist, Marxist, new Democratic Party instead of common sense and American patriots. Unbelievable. No, Mike Pence is not a patriot. He's a traitor in my book. He betrayed the president hella quick.
Border agents, all of our law enforcement has been incredible what they've done. But we caught 10 terrorists. These are people that were looking to do harm. We need the wall.
We got 10 terrorists stopped. You think Mike Pence would have jumped in this conversation and be like, hey, listen, Pelosi, listen, Nancy, honey, listen, honey, listen. We stopping terrorists. We need the wall. Not one peep from Mike Pence, the coward.
More important than anything, we need border security, of which the wall is just a piece. But it's important. Chuck, did you want to say something?
Yeah, here's what I want to say. We have a lot of disagreements here. The Washington Post today gave you a whole lot of Pinocchios because they say you constantly misstate how much the wall is built, how much of the wall is built, and how much is there. But that's not the point here. We have a disagreement about the wall, whether it's effective or whatever. Not on border security, but on the wall. We do not want to shut down the government. You have called 20 times to shut down the government. You say, I want to shut down the government. We don't. We want to come to an agreement. If we can't come to an agreement, we have solutions that will pass the House and Senate right now and will not shut down the government, and that's what we're urging you to do. Not threaten to shut down the government, because let me just finish, because you can't get your way.
The last time you shut it down, you got killed.
Let me say something, Mr. President. You just say, my way or we'll shut down the government. We have a proposal that Democrats and Republicans will support to do a CR that will not shut down the government. We urge you to take it.
And if it's not good border security, I won't take it.
It is very good border security.
And if it's not good border security, I won't take it.
It's what the
Because when you look at these numbers of the effectiveness of our border security, and when you look at the job that we're doing with our military...
You just said it is effective.
Listen to Chuck.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, you just said it's effective.
Without a wall, these are only areas where you have the walls.
We want to do...
This is exactly how these libtards on my chat respond to my comments. That is exactly how you guys on the left side respond to my comments. You hear one take and then, oh, right there, you said it. Man, listen to the whole freaking conversation. We see that where the wall is built, it's successful. You didn't hear that part. But you see this, what we have in place right now is successful. No, it's not. And we cannot just sit there and say, oh, it's perfect. Nothing to see here. Nothing to improve. Well, guess what? These old farts in here don't understand that we got to keep up. We got to keep updating. The enemies, the criminals, they don't sit back and be like, oh, we can no longer cross the border. No, they become rats and they start digging holes and they got tunnels. And guess what? Now we got boats. Let's go boats. Oh, and then we'll come to a different sort of border. Oh, let's do this. Let's make some submarine. No, they keep thinking of new ways to allow their criminality to come into this country illegally. We must continue to stay up, upgrade, stop settling for the old ways. Always think of a way to improve. Now, don't fix something that is that's not broken. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is find ways to improve. The wall is not finished. I'm sure it's not finished. That's a lot of miles. But I can tell you that whatever has been built, it has worked. And why does it work? Because the president allows ICE agents to do their job. So that's where I'm at. And Chuck Schumer here is a jackass because he's not listening. He's just hearing how he's going to reply and how he's going to fight whatever the president says. And that's how I know that the morons from the left side that come in here to just insult. And mark my words, every single day that I come on this show, I always say, hey, good morning, Brian. Good morning, Omar. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. How are you? Hope everything is good. Good morning. And the first thing that the libtards come in here and says, F you, liar. Like, where are we at? Are we not all citizens? Are we not all fighting for the United States of America's greatness? Why you come in here and insult me? How about you say hello before you start insulting me? You asshat. What's so hard about it? Hey, good morning. Hey, how are you? Hey, you know what? I got a problem, guys. I think President Donald Trump is lying about this. What do you think? Well, thank you very much for the question. Let's find out what you got. Well, he said this and that. Okay. Well, let me see what I think about that. Now, before you ask me a question, do you really want my answer? That's what you got to ask yourself first. And if you're just here to troll, there you go. Like Rodden. Rodden's one of my perfect examples here. They said choke and die. It's effed up. Man, I'm going to tell you something. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Because I don't see this mental retardation that we have on the Democratic side. Again, they're not real Democrats no more. They are the new socialists, which includes Marxists and communists, just so you know. And this is what they have actually chanted before. So it is what it is. We have people in Congress. They are so proud to be Marxist. And nobody says anything about that. Yeah? Nobody says anything about Mondani over there with government-owned stores. That's communism. Nobody says anything about him taking apartment complexes as his own government apartment complexes when they're not his. They're going to take it away from the owners. That's communism. And that, my friend, is the new Democratic Party, and that's the kind of socialists that they are. And if we don't fight telling the truth, listen, then we are dummies. We are not going to go down without a fight. We know we're telling the truth. I'm not here to lie to you, to put blinders on you. I'm here to share the common sense, what I believe is the truth. And if you don't believe that, well, that's fine. Pick your own side and go support them. Now, I thank you for coming in here, but not if you're here just to insult and hate. If you're here to disagree with me, by all means, be here. You're welcome. Everybody's welcome. But I'm just trying to show you the truth. And that's it.
Where you have walls, Chuck, it's effective. Where you don't have walls, it is not effective.
Yeah.
Let's call a halt to this. We've come in here as the first branch of government.
We come here as the first branch of government. Maybe it was labeled. Somebody had to be in the first name in the Constitution. Somebody had to go first. That doesn't mean that you are the number one branch of government. If anything, the executive branch is the number one. That's what I think. So they come in here, and this is why they say no kings. Yeah, because they don't like it when President Trump is doing something right. Let's not forget that this old bat over here is the same one that ripped off that document. You remember that when he was addressing the nation? Yeah, that's her. Tell me that she really want to work with him. Bull crap. She doesn't. She hates him. When she says bipartisan, I cannot believe her. Because she has not once said, hey, you know what? He won. Fair and square. God bless you. I hope that we did the right thing. We fought till the end, but in the end, democracy won, and the American citizens voted and won this guy into office. Let's go ahead and support that. And if he fails, it's on him. But you know what? Even with them, the whole Democratic Party hating on him and blocking him and wasting taxpayers' dollars in court fees and all this other bullcrap, he still was an amazing president on his first term. And this second term, he's even better, which is why they're more desperate to hate him a lot more. And the libtards are getting dumber and dumber by the day. I want to save your life. Get out of libtardhood and come into the light. Become a better person for yourself, for your family, and for your country.
Article 1, the legislative branch. We're coming in good faith to negotiate with you about how we can keep the government
Open.
We're going to keep it open if we have border security. If we don't have border security, Chuck,
I'm with you.
we're not going to keep it open.
I'm with you. We are going to have border security.
And it's the same board. You're bragging about what has been done.
By us.
We want to do the same thing we did last year, this year. That's our proposal.
Our proposal is to do the same thing that we did last year. And so everything that Trump just said about terrorists coming in through our unsecure border, and then mentioning that those places where the wall is in place are actually successful with the laws and regulations and rules that we have on immigration. This is what freaking dumbass Schumer says. They want to keep doing what they did last year. It's like he missed the whole... Poor Trump. Poor Trump. I wish that I was in the media room right there. And I would have just asked Chucky, did you hear when the president said that the policy is good and is effective where the border wall was built? Did you hear that? Or did you not understand what he said? You got to keep up. These old people got to go. Let new people come in there. And I know that there's a lot of old folks out there that are on my side and understand that. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. I'm 49 and a half years old. I can tell you, and any of my brothers and patriots in here can tell you, man, if I was a paid actor, bro, I want to see them checks. I want to see the checks. Listen to this. I can look at a 20-year-old guy, even a 30-year-old guy that plays soccer, that's still jumping high, boom, headbutts the ball, throws the football, does all this stuff. I can recognize that at my age, I can no longer do those things. I'm not the badass I once thought I was. So I got to admit that somebody younger, somebody with more skills than me, needs to take over. But what I want is for somebody to be better than me, not worse. That is the difference. We need people to be better than the generation that they're replacing. We all know this. If you agree with me on that, put an amen on the chat. If you agree with me, put an amen on the chat. We need the next generation to be better than us. It needs to be better, not worse. And what I can tell you is this. I made so many mistakes in my life that I didn't have to. But I ignored the wisdom from my grandma, from my mother, from my elders, and I went on to do life on my own terms, and all of my failures and bad decisions, yes, it has taught me wisdom, but I didn't have to go through all those pains and bad decisions if I would have just listened to the wisdom of our elders. It is true. It is true. Yep. Yep. See, all my patrons in this chat, they're not bots. They're real American people. And they want this country to be safe and protected. So they allow an immigrant from Honduras that has followed the law all the way from coming here legally to becoming a resident legally to becoming a citizen legally and, first of all, with love to this nation. I had to make sure that I love the United States of America before I applied for my citizenship. And I'm glad I did. And I'm glad that I started this channel because I was starting to give up hope in the United States of America. It was depressing me. It was killing me. And then I make this channel, and it took forever to get 50 subscribers that I can go live. And then now we are going closer to 12,000 members within 4 months. So I know that there is still plenty of Americans that believe that this country is still great and can become greater. So I got to keep fighting. And none of the nincompoops that come in here talking about I'm a traitor and blah, blah, blah. I know more about illegal and illegal immigration into this country. I know more than any of you rats out there hating our system. I know more than all of you guys do when it comes to immigration and illegal immigration because I was there. Not doing it, but I was with the people doing it. And so I know how it works. You got nothing on me when it comes to my immigration. Nothing. Nothing to the oath to become a citizen. Nothing to the requirements to be a green card holder. And what are the consequences if you're an activist, if you don't believe it, you don't respect the law. You guys have nothing. You Americans that are born in this country and hate America, you guys are douchebags. Migrants that come and respect the law, follow the law, and become American citizens are more American than you will ever be in your life. You're garbage. This is why I defend my patriots. This is why I defend American citizens that love this nation. If you are one of those Americans that love this nation and want to see it prosper, you are in my team. If you're not, rethink your life decisions. Go find a place where you're happy with. Go find a place where you want to fight for. Go find a place that you respect and love. Go find a place that accepts your stupidity of destruction over the nation. We don't want destruction over this nation. We want people to have Thanksgiving dinner, have fun with their family, have a loving nation, have a family nucleus where there's a mother and a father with children that are obedient, that are studying and learning to be somebody good in this country, that will become great American citizens with great civics, with great patriotism, with the nose for liberty and justice for all. That's the America that we need. We need Americans that come together that love this country. Why is it that saying make America great again makes me a Nazi? Good morning, sis. I see you, baby. What makes me a Nazi? Because I stand for this country. What makes me a bigot because I said respect the law? What makes me a traitor when I tell my people do it the right way? How is that a traitor? Respect the law. Who are my people? My people are those who respect the law and fight and live for their family, and more importantly, the greatness of this country. Well, breakfast is here, so we're going to listen to another video. Let's go ahead and finish this one up.
If it's good then, it's good now, and it won't shut down the government.
Chuck, we can build a
But that's
much
it.
bigger
Let's
section with
debate,
more money.
Let's debate in private, okay? Yeah, let's debate in
That
private.
is devoid, frankly, of fact, and we can.
We need
dispel
border
that.
security. I think we all agree that we need border security.
Yes,
Is that
we
right?
do.
Good.
We do.
See, we get along. Thank you, everybody.
You say border security and the wall. Can you have border security without the wall?
You need the wall. The wall is a part of border
Defining
security.
what it means to have border security.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, Chuck's dumbass says, yes, you can. And then we have 12 million illegal immigrants come to the damn border.
We need border security. The wall is a part of border security. You can't have very good border security without the wall. No.
That's really not true.
Just
That
kidding.
is a political promise. Border security is a way to effectively honor our
And
responsibility.
the experts say
And how do you protect your properties right now, boys and girls? Do you build a fence around your property?
you can do border security without a wall, which is wasteful and doesn't solve the problem.
It totally solves
But
the
I don't wanna
problem.
take this-
And it's very
unfortunately,
important.
this has spiraled downward when we came at a place to say, how do we meet the needs of American people who have needs? The economy has, people are losing their jobs, the market's in a mood. Our members are already
Well,
left
we have the
their
lowest unemployment that we've had in 50 years.
60 people of the Republican Party
There's
are losing their offices now because of the transition. People are not, the morale
And we've gained
is
in the
not-
Senate. Nancy,
the
we've
morale
gained in the Senate. Excuse me, did we win the Senate?
is
We
not
won the
good.
Senate.
When the president brags that he won North Dakota and Indiana, he's in real trouble.
When
I did.
Let me
We
say
did.
this.
We did win
Let me say this.
North Dakota
This
and
is the
Indiana.
most unfortunate thing. We came in here in good faith, and we're entering into this kind of a discussion in the public.
That's what a discussion is, Nancy Pelosi. See, like every other Democrat, they just can't answer questions. They are good telling their points, but when somebody asks a question, a legit question, they just, if they don't get it their way, it's crazy. It's out of here. But I tell you what, we're going to listen to President Donald Trump's addressing last night. I'm sure you guys probably already seen this. And I'm going to eat my breakfast.
You ready? Everybody ready? Okay, we're all set.
Mike,
Start.
are we ready? Chris, we ready? Yep, we're good. Go ahead. Is he hot? You're good, sir.
I assume we're on and everybody sees us. I see you, a lot of great looking faces. Am I correct? Everybody's on, right? If you are, wave. If you're not, just you can leave and go have turkey. Good. I think everyone's waving. Thank you very much. And I'm honored to speak with so many incredible members of the U.S. military and to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. Before we begin, I want to express the anguish and the horror of our entire nation at the terrorist attack yesterday in our nation's capital, in which a savage monster gunned down 2 service members in the West Virginia National Guard who were deployed as part of the D.C. task force, which has done such an incredible job. I mean, until yesterday, we literally had no incidents for many months. It was the safest place imaginable, and this is a different kind of crime. This is a really bad crime. Millions of Americans are praying for those heroes and their families, and I must unfortunately tell you that just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. This just happened. She was savagely attacked. She's dead. She's not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department. That's horrible. As you know, the other young man is fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life, and hopefully we'll get better news with respect to him. And the monster that did this is also in serious condition. But we won't even talk about him. As you may know, DHS has confirmed that the suspect is an Afghan national flown here by the previous administration, who was such a bad administration. And I have a picture of a plane. This is what it looked like when they came in. It was total bedlam. Do you remember that period of time? Total bedlam. People crammed onto the plane. And the toughest, meanest, most capable physically got on the plane. Not the people that we were looking for or that they wanted to bring in. Here's a picture for you. Just take a look at that plane. Standing on top of each other and sitting on top of each other. This is what we had under the Biden administration. That whole thing should have never, ever happened. They should have left from a different base. They should have left from Bagram, as you know, and it would have been a much different story. But they didn't do that, and this was just a rout, just a terrible situation. This heinous atrocity reminds us that we have no greater national security priority than ensuring that we have full control over the people that enter and remain in our country. For the most part, we don't want them. They come in illegally. They have a lot of problems. Their countries force them in because their countries are smart. They don't want them. Let's give them to the Americans to take care of. They come out of jails in many cases, mental institutions. They're gang members. They're drug dealers. We don't want them. Many of the service members on this call today are engaged in crucial aspects of that mission. And to each and every one of you, I just want to thank you so much. Incredible people. You make this sacrifice like few others understand. A lot of them don't even understand it. And you're keeping America safe and free. Our military is strong. In my first term, I rebuilt our military, all aspects of our military. And in Afghanistan, we actually gave up a big chunk, but relatively, as much as it seemed like it's small compared to what we bought and to what we have and to what we're buying. We're spending over $1 trillion this year on our military. We have a military, the best in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. And we have the best people in the world. So joining us this evening are 6 units deployed across our hemisphere, representing every branch of the United States Armed Forces. First, I want to thank the members of Army's legendary 101st Airborne Division. You know, I've heard about that since I was a little boy. The Screaming Eagles, calling in from Fort Huachuca, Arizona, and you're led by Major General David Gardner, a real tough cookie and great general. I appreciate it, General Gardner. The 101st has done an outstanding job leading the task force, joint task force at our southern border. I mean, we have nobody coming in. They're not coming in. Under Biden, they were coming in by the millions. Now we have nobody coming in. We have a strong border. Nobody talks about it anymore. I'm not giving credit for anything, just like you guys are not giving credit for anything. We do the greatest job, but that's all right. They don't talk about the border anymore because you know why? Nobody comes in. We had 9 months now where we had nobody coming in, zero. And this is being fed. This is the people that do this they tend to be on the left. They'd love to say millions of people came in through Trump, and they actually said nobody came. Even I find that hard to believe, but they literally are saying nobody came in. And I hope people appreciate the job that you've done and the job that we've all done. But we're stopping the invasion of our country. We stopped it cold. And if you remember, Biden said, I need new legislation. You didn't need legislation. I didn't get legislation. What you needed was a new president. So with your help, we now have the most secure border in American history. It's the single most secure border in American history. So I just want to thank you. And the 101st, I want to thank you very much. The job you've done is amazing, working with all of our great people. We also have the men and women of the U.S. Navy serving as part of the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group under Captain Christopher Ferricker. And they're on board the USS Iwo Jima in the Caribbean Sea. Working right by their side are members of the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit led by Colonel Tom Trimble. Thank you very much. I think you waved to me because I can see you then. Let's see. There you are, handsome people. They're beautiful looking people. Thank you. Like Central Cast. I could put you in a movie right this second, and the three of you, and I think would have a top grossing movie. You don't have people like you in Hollywood. Part of the 22nd MEU is also serving in Puerto Rico, the 3rd Battalion, 6 Marines, Devil Dogs, led by Major Ross Gilchrist. Where is Major? Where are you? Hello, Major. Another central. Is everybody central casting? It's like they're all handsome, tough guys. I don't know what's going on here. But the Navy Marine Corps team is currently helping to defend our country, protect our interests, and literally decimate terrorists. The job you've done is incredible. I also want to thank you for your amazing work to quickly deliver life-saving aid to Jamaica in the aftermath of the recent hurricane, which was devastating. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Major and everybody. Appreciate it. Next up are the airmen serving with one of the most feared bomber forces in the world, the U.S. Air Force's 7th Bomb Wing at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas under the auspices and leadership of Colonel Seth Spanier. Colonel, where are you, Colonel? Colonel, let's see here. You're right there. Thank you, Colonel. All of you are backbone of America, and you really are the backbone of America's air power. And in recent weeks, you've been working to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers, of which there are many. Of course, there aren't too many coming in by sea anymore, if you probably noticed that. From sending their poisons into the United States, where they kill hundreds of thousands of people a year. But we're going to take care of that situation. We're already doing a lot. We've almost stopped. It's about 85% stopped by sea. You probably noticed that. People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea. And we'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier. But that's going to start very soon. We warn them. Stop sending poison to our country. We also have the 18th Space Defense Squadron at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, headed by Captain Ryan Weber. Captain, where are you, Captain? Thank you very much, Captain. Great job. Every day you maintain American dominance on the high frontier. You're the guardians of one of the most important domains we have to protect, and you make us very, very proud of the job you do, Captain. Thank you. Finally, we have the great men of the Coast Guard, and I have to tell you, there are a lot of women in the Coast Guard now, too, and we're happy about that. United States Coast Guard aboard the Coast Guard cutter Forrest Rednar with Lieutenant Commander Alexis Wild. Alexis, where are you? Hi, Alexis. Alexis Wild at the helm, and I'm told that just last month the Forrest Rednar intercepted a boat with lots and lots of illegal aliens off the coast of California. It was loaded, and then turned them over to the Customs and Border Patrol, and they did it so professionally. The people were very, very impressed with the job you did, Commander, so thank you very much. It was a great job, and thank you for defending our maritime borders with skill and with pride, and the job you do, amazing. So I want to thank all of you again for your amazing service to our country. God bless our warriors. God bless our heroes from West Virginia National Guard. What a group. I love West Virginia. And I want to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving. We have a country that we can be very proud of. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, and he said, you know, sir, last year you had a country that was a dead country. We thought it was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it's true. And we're going to be having close to $20 trillion invested. That's record-setting by 10 times. Nobody's ever had anything like it. We're building plants. We're building factories, auto factories, AI plants, the whole thing with artificial intelligence. I don't know the word. I've never liked the word artificial. I don't know what artificials are. I think they ought to change the name. I've always said that's a lousy name to have, artificial anything, but it's a big business. And we're building more. We're leading China by a lot. We're leading everybody by a lot. We make the best military equipment in the world, and they're ordering it at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. But we're doing better than we've ever done before. We have the stock markets just hit, for the 48th time, an all-time high during the 9 months that I've been here, a little more than 9 months now. And so we have the hottest stock market ever. That's a big thing for 401ks and all of the millions of people with jobs and 401ks. Everybody participates in that. But it's 48 times in a little bit less than 10 months. 48 times we hit an all-time high. And I think we're going to continue, because when these factories that we're building from all over the world, they're coming because of tariffs. I think because of November 5th, the election result, but because of tariffs. And we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars like we've never done before. And some of that's going to go back in the form of a sort of dividend to our people, but much of it's going to go toward reducing debt. And what it really goes for, and even better than the money we're taking in, is the fact that nobody's attacking our companies and taking them out, stealing them like they've been for many years. Because if they do that, they have to pay a tariff as they make products and sell them into our country. So we made deals with Japan, we made deals with South Korea, we made deals with the European Union, where they pay us hundreds of billions of dollars, and they participate. They're now building plants. Honda is building plants, and they're all, every car company from all over the world virtually is building plants now in the United States because they don't want to pay the tariffs. So there's never been anything quite like it. It's been amazing. So we're taking in, think of it, hundreds of billions. Next year it'll be $1 trillion or more. But we're taking in all this money, at the same time protecting our country. And we're respected again. They actually respect us. And they made the deals. I mean, they respect us, but they pay us. As an example, Japan, $650 billion. South Korea, $350 billion. European Union, $950 billion. And they are building plants now in the United States because they don't want to pay tariffs. So this is one of the biggest things economically that's never happened. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And over the next couple of years, I think we'll substantially be cutting, and maybe cutting out completely, but we'll be cutting income tax. Could be almost completely cutting it because the money we're taking in is going to be so large. And yet other countries who have been ripping us off for many, many years, and many years they've just been ripping us to shreds. China would take in $600, $700 billion a year, rebuild their military. And now we have a fair deal with China. We just met with President Xi. We have a great relationship. We have a fair deal. We take in a lot of money in the form of tariffs. But so many, even our friends, I mean, European Union, they're our friends. Japan, they're our friends. South Korea is our friends. They're now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're also paying tariffs to come in. We're not paying tariffs to go in there, by the way. They're paying tariffs, but we're not. So that's a total reversal. But we are benefiting like they used to benefit against us, but we're benefiting even more. So I just want to thank everybody for making all of this possible. Without you, we don't have any defense, and boy, do we have defense. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We make, as I said, the best equipment, but we have, more importantly, we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, and you saw that with Iran, with those beautiful B-2 bombers. They totally obliterated the potential nuclear supply of Iran, and they did it in the dark of night with no moon, no light, no nothing. Early in the morning, they attacked. You couldn't see a thing, and every single bomb hit its mark. Every single bomb. The Atomic Energy Commission said it was total obliteration. Remember when some of the fake news tried to say, well, maybe it wasn't as bad. Well, it was much worse than anybody thought. And I want to thank those pilots and all of the mechanics and all of the people that serviced and worked on the B-2 bombers. We just ordered a lot more of them. And the reason we did is they were totally incredible, totally invisible. They were stealth. Nobody saw them. They knew they were coming, but they couldn't see them. And they dropped the bomb, and then one of the pilots, commander said, skedaddle, let's get the hell out of here. But they dropped those bombs, and they loved doing it. They were so honored. They said to me when they came to I invited them all to the Oval Office, including the people that take care of the machines, because, they flew 37 hours both ways, 37 hours, and there wasn't a sputter from an engine. There wasn't a broken screw. There wasn't a problem. There wasn't a chipped piece of paint. It was a flawless mission. I want to thank General Raisin Kane for that and Pete Hegseth for that. But it was an unbelievable event. We have a country that's so respected again. But when the pilots came to see me and I gave them a medal, all of them, there were a lot of handsome people. They looked like Tom Cruise, actually. It was very good casting. But I like Tom Cruise, the last of our movie stars, probably. But although we're honoring Sylvester Stallone a little while at the Kennedy Center, so I'm going to put him in that same category. We have Sylvester Stallone and Tom Cruise. But I will tell you that they said for 22 years, sir, our predecessors and us wanted to make this attack. 22 years they wanted to make this attack. And they practiced it 3 times a year for 22 years, and no president gave them the approval to do it until you came along, sir. We want to thank you. I said, did you really enjoy it? They said, sir, we loved it. We loved it. And these are brave men. These are from a different place than some of the people I know who aren't courageous. We have a lot of people that aren't courageous. These people were amazing in the job they did. So with that, I'm going to ask Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Rockwood, who's a highly respected young man, to speak to you. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them. Unlike Biden, he didn't take questions. But I take all the questions you want. You can ask me any damn question you want. And then we go and have a great Thanksgiving, because I don't know about you. You probably had your dinner already, but I didn't. And I know exactly what I'm going to have. Turkey. Okay? I believe it's turkey. So, Lieutenant Colonel, if you would, you take over. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We're going to pass it over to Major General David Gardner from the United States Army.
Happy Thanksgiving, President Trump. This is Major General Dave Gardner, the commander of the 101st Airborne Division and your Joint Task Force Southern Border.
That's right.
I appreciate you saying I was tough. Everyone cheered. I assume that means they agreed with you. We are headquartered in Arizona. The service members with me today represent over 10,000 deployed along the 2,000 miles of our border from San Diego to the Gulf of America. We support Customs and Border Protection, U.S. Border Patrol, and as you said, Mr. President, illegal aliens entering our country is at a historic low thanks to our collective efforts.
That's right.
On the screen behind me, you may be able to see some of the images of us patrolling, reinforcing the border wall, and we're doing that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including today, Thanksgiving. Our soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen, guardians, and Coast Guardsmen were able to have fantastic Thanksgiving meals and engage in traditional football games against each other. We're doing well. We all appreciate you taking some time from your family to speak with us today, and thank you for your support, Mr. President, and happy Thanksgiving.
Well, David, thank you very much. And one thing you said in the question or statement, probably, I like a statement even better than a question, but I like that because you appreciate what we're all doing together. We're partners. But you said the Gulf of America. And there's a thing that for actually 350 years, 100 years older than us, Mexico, it was called Gulf of Mexico. And I would say to myself, why are we calling it Gulf of Mexico when we have 92% of the frontage and they have, I'm a real estate person at heart, and they have 8%. And I made that change, and it was amazing. It took literally a matter of hours, and it was done. And nobody even, very rarely did they complain. We beat AP, Associated Press, very badly in a lawsuit. You know, they tried to get it stopped because they're not good Americans. I mean, who would want that stopped? But we beat them, as you saw, we beat them very badly in a lawsuit. But other than that, I mean, we had no complaints, and everybody's happy with it except Mexico. I wouldn't say they're thrilled, but they'll get over it. But we now have the Gulf of America, David, the Gulf of, isn't that great? And I'm very proud of it every time I see it. And now it's spoken of routinely. I saw it before. There was some event taking place down by Louisiana, and they said, we're here at the Gulf of America. And they're just talking about it like routinely now. They're not saying like Gulf of America and smiling. It's just routine. It's called now the Gulf of America. So I'm actually very glad you brought it up. That's another one of our many achievements. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great job. Please.
Sir, before we go on, do you have any questions for the president?
Yes, Mr. President, this is Sergeant Major Anderson. I do have one question, sir.
Yes, sir.
If you were to place a wager between the Army and Navy football game, who would you put your money on, sir?
You know, David, I think you should dock him. That's a terrible question. That's how he'll get me in so much trouble. But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll be going, you know, you have one of those teams is having a spectacular year, and one of them, they're both doing well. But I'll be at the game. And I'm going to let you know right after the game who's going to win. It's going to be a good game, and you're going to be watching it. I'd love it. That's a place where we get a lot of cheers when we go in. You know, we won the military vote in the largest number ever gotten by a president, by far, despite the lies that they said about me. You know, they make up stories of lies. They're disgusting people. But we won the military by the biggest vote in the history of our election. So I like the military, but I like the Navy. And I like the Army a lot, and I'm going to be at the game, and I don't know if you're going to be there. You're pretty far away, but we'll be thinking about you. And I'll be thinking about that wise guy question you just asked me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, sir. With that, we're going to go over to Major Ross Gilchrist from the United States Marine Corps.
Good evening, Mr. President. The Marines and sailors in this room from Battalion Landing Team 3-6 are ready, capable, and lethal to support readiness and lethality in support of Operation Southern Spear. We're here in Camp Santiago, Puerto Rico, conducting sustainment training, and recently we conducted a mobile training team employing first-person view attack drones, conducting 2 day strikes and the first ever 3 night strikes in the history of the Department of War. This represents a milestone in our combat lethality, increasing the capability of the Marine Corps and the Joint Service. Soon, we're going to prepare to support counter-narcotics operations in the ground, maritime, and air domains and respond to crisis and contingency operations to provide you options, Mr. President, in support of national security objectives to protect our homeland. Marines and sailors of BLT 3-6, the Hellhounds, are ready. We're the first to fight and at the tip of the spear as an expeditionary force in readiness. Thank you for your support, Mr. President. Semper Fidelis. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thank you, Ross, and you people are just amazing. You do a fantastic. I knew every move and every single thing you said. I know exactly what you did and who did it, and I want to just thank you. You were amazing. And Border Patrol and all of the people here, you know, Border Patrol, every single one of them. These are great people. ICE, you know, ICE gets not the credit they deserve. They are unbelievable, tough, smart, and they're unbelievable patriots. So, Ross, thank you very much. You really have done a great job. We appreciate it. We love working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Before we go over to the Navy, do you have any questions for the President?
Good afternoon, sir. The only proper response to the Colonel from Fort Huachuca is "Go Navy, beat Army."
Okay, I got to remember that. Thank you very much. They're going to have a great game. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. With
Yes,
that,
sir.
We're going to move over to Captain Chris Farraker from the United States Navy.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, on board here, Iwo Jima, proud commander of the U.S. Iwo Jima Amphibious Readiness Group, along with the 22nd New Expeditionary. You already met my one brother from Central Casting, Colonel Tom Trimble, and my other brother is Colonel Rick Shooter Haley. Behind me is a few of the men and women who comprise the 10,000 sailors and Marines of our Iwo ARG team, who are currently conducting maritime patrols against narcos in the Caribbean in defense of the homeland.
Yes, sir. As you know, that we have also, besides the missions that you know about, sir, we also reinforce the embassy in Haiti. We're getting engaged on a routine basis, both receiving fire from some of those gang members and returning fire, defending that embassy. We've also opened up operations down here in the south, conducting expeditionary advanced base operations at Roosevelt Roads, where Major Ross Gilchrist and the team are currently training. We've also done, as you mentioned, Mr. President, humanitarian support to Jamaica. We're proud to be part of this Navy Marine Corps team and be part of the defense of the homeland, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And really great job. Would anybody...
Sir, I'd like to say more,
yes, go ahead, please.
the First Lady came down to North Carolina last week and visited the Marines and Sailors Camp Lejeune, and my wife and my daughter and my two sons were able to meet the First Lady and get a picture with her. She was truly gracious, and we really appreciate the time that she spent with the Marines and Sailors. That meant a whole lot to a whole lot of people down in North Carolina, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And she had enjoyed it, and she mentioned that, meeting your family. And she said those people are in good shape. They're in very good shape. I don't know if she's referring to me when she says that, because I don't know. That could be a little slight. But she was very impressed with everything she saw. Thank you very much.
Sir, before we go to the Navy, Captain Farragut, do you guys have any questions for the President?
I do have one selfish one, sir. My daughter's 9th birthday is here in a few days. I was wondering if I could get a happy birthday, Catherine, from you, sir.
And her first name is?
Catherine, sir.
Well, Catherine, you have a father who's a great hero and a great man and highly respected. Happy birthday, and take good care of him. Thank you,
sir. Appreciate it.
Say hello to her. Anybody back there have a question?
I think that's it from us here, sir. Again, appreciate your time, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Happy Thanksgiving, sir.
Thank you all very much. Great. Have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Sir, with that, we're going to go over to Colonel Seth Spanier from the United States Air Force.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. President. I'm Colonel Seth Spanier, 7th Bomb Wing Commander, and here with me I have Lieutenant Colonel Brian Guyette, our 28th Bomb Squadron Commander, and Major Joseph Spada, our 28th Bomber Generation Squadron Commander. And we're here representing the 4,000 men and women stationed at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas, employing the mighty B-1.
Good evening, sir. The Bomb Wing hosts multiple B-1 squadrons that are responsible for everything from training the world's best combat aviators to operational tests, in addition to projecting strength and lethality across the globe. Recently, the Bomb Wings Combat Squadron was forward deployed to the Indo-Pacific, and the men and women that you see behind me were part of the 28th Bomb Squadron and fellow squadrons that executed operations in the Caribbean, and were responsible for demonstrating the latent combat capability of the training squadron, in addition to projecting credibility into the Caribbean on behalf of the long-range strike platform, the B-1B.
Well, thank
it's currently off station at Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if you know, we have more planes on order in terms of dollars and planes itself, and they have a new one, the F-47, and I didn't name that. It was named F-47. They think I named it. I didn't. They surprised me, but I hear it's stage 6, and it's at a level that nobody's ever seen before. But we have more planes on order right now and things in the works than we've ever had. So from the Air Force's standpoint, I know you know exactly what's on order because we dealt with you and what you like. But we've never had so many planes being built at one time, and we're reinvigorating everything. I know the F-35 has been very good, and we're working on some maintenance issues to get some of them back sooner, as you know, because some of them are out, and rather than having them sit there, we're getting them fixed. Should have happened a long time ago. But we've never been in the position where we've ordered so many, and I think the Air Force has to be very happy about that.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Good, thank you. And if you have any questions, please go ahead from your group.
Good evening, Mr. President, and happy Thanksgiving. I'm Senior Airman Laurent. I'm an intel analyst at the 28th Bomb Squadron. My question for you today is, what is the most memorable obstacle or hardship that you've encountered in your life, and how did this shape you to be the leader you are today?
Wow, that's an interesting question. But I'll tell you, in terms of obstacles, would be the weaponization of government by the previous administration.
Democrats.
That was probably the biggest obstacle. I won by a lot. I ran a second time, I won by a lot. And I ran a third time, and it was too big to rig. But the biggest was that. They went after a lot of great Americans. I was one of them. And I would say weaponization by my opponent was a disgrace to our nation. And I would say it was the most difficult time. And we won. And now today I'm in Florida, but generally I'm in the White House, I'm in the Oval Office. So I look around and say, oh, well, Couldn't have been that bad, but it was. It was a disgrace to our nation, and it should never be allowed to happen again, and it's being looked at very strongly. But it's a very interesting question. I don't know that anybody's ever asked me the question that way. But if you did, I would say it was the weaponization and illegal weaponization that they used where our government attacked the president and the former president of the United States of America. And I was fighting for you, not just for myself. I was fighting for you. I was fighting for everyone that I'm looking, all of those incredible patriots that I'm looking at, but the millions of people that are listening right now and the hundreds of millions of people in our country. And we fought and we won. But they're bad people. So thank you. That's a great question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, with that,
Sir, one last one. If you could throw
Yes.
up CHOP. It's our to the Mohawks. That's our squadron motto. CHOP.
Oh, good. I love it. Chop. See, we're not allowed to do that anymore. You know, we're not allowed. You're not allowed to use the word Indian anymore. The only one that wants you to are the Indians, all right? I don't think you should ever change. I will never tell you to change, all right? It's great. And they're very proud of it, too, by the way. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
sir, we're going to turn it over to Captain Ryan Weber from the Space Force.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Captain Ryan Weber, and I'm the commander of the 18th Space Defense Combat Squadron. Today with me, I have Delta Crew. They're working the holiday swing shift right now, which is led by Lieutenant Cunningham and Sergeant Jackson. We also have 5 orbital analysts with us today. Our mission here at the 18th is space domain awareness, tracking everything to, in, and from space, whether that's a launch, satellite reentry, or maintaining the catalog of 48,000 objects in space. It's been a historical year for 2025. We've had over 273 space launches to this year, 174 of those being from the U.S. And we're just grateful for our newly operationally accepted system to lead the way for the world in space domain awareness.
Well, I know all about it because that was my baby, Space Force. So I can't say I have any favorites because I don't want to do that. But I'll tell you, I have a real love for Space Force. And as you know, I did that. We put some very good people in because we were losing to China and Russia substantially. And now we're leading China and Russia substantially. And as you know, Biden came in, he wanted to terminate Space Force. He thought it was funny. He thought it was so funny. The military didn't think it was funny. And he was met with a great force. And the force said, you're not doing this. But I think it's going to go down as one of our most important, as technology goes. The things we're doing now in space are unbelievable. And I think it'll be one of the truly great things that this administration did. I did it in my last term. But we really had great people there. And we're dominating space now. We're dominating it. We were losing it to both China and Russia at the time. We had no Space Force. And so we created this incredible group of people. They came together and they created something very special. And I'm very proud of all of you for being involved. It's going to be one of the most important things I think that I've ever done. Thank you.
Ryan, before we move on to the Coast Guard, does anybody from your team have a question for the President?
The one question I would have, sir, is what do you see for the future for the Space Force? How do you expect it to grow as we build out as a branch?
I just think it's unlimited. I think it's, in terms of technology, in terms of, the others have been here for a long time. And Air Force has been, and I could have left it in the Air Force, but I really thought it should have its own identity. And it works closely with the Air Force. But you wouldn't have had your own identity, and I don't think it was working doing it that way. So we created, because of the importance, we created Space Force. And I think it's got unlimited growth potential, and maybe at a faster level than others because they have been here. They've seeded and they're doing great. But you're a seedling. You're just at the beginning of your powers. It's going to be unlimited future. Really, I feel that. Now, I think you agree with that. But it's going to be unlimited future. And thank you all for being involved. Very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the 18th, thank you for your support and happy Thanksgiving.
Well, you have my support totally. And you too. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much.
What time?
Sir, to round it out, we're going to go over to Lieutenant Commander Alex Wild, United States Coast Guard.
Good
Good evening, Mr. President. Lieutenant Commander Alex Wild, Commanding Officer of Coast Guard Cutter Force Red Hour. We're currently patrolling the southwest border off of the coast of California in support of Operation Border Trident to protect the maritime boundary. With a crew of 25, our fast response cutter has contributed to mission success in securing the border, as you mentioned. Last month alone, we had 3 at-sea interdictions and apprehended 45 illegal aliens. I'd like to recognize, to my right, the boarding team and pursuit team from our most recent interdiction. To my right, Lieutenant Junior Grade Fuller, Bosun Mate First Class Garcia Cosby, Electrician's Mate First Class Areza, Bosun's Mate Third Class Gerhards, and Machinery Technician Second Class Simano. We've had a real nice day, as you said. It's been pretty quiet on the water, to be honest. Our 2 culinary specialists gave us a real treat today for Thanksgiving by smoking 2 turkeys. And this evening we'll be trying to have some trivia here on the mess deck. We're truly grateful for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, I've loved the Coast Guard for a long time, and more than anything else, all the lives you saved in Texas and various places, all of these places that got hit by the hurricanes and all of the different, the storms, the big water storms, as they call them, but mostly hurricanes. The jobs you do, the way you go into those seas, I wouldn't want to do it. You want to do it, but I wouldn't want to do it. And I just want to thank you for that. As you know, we've ordered a lot of Coast Guard cutters, brand new, beautiful, the best machines in the world, the fastest, the best maneuverability, they tell me. I said, how's the speed and the maneuverability? I'm a looks person. I wanted the hull to be perfect. I sort of redesigned the hull a little bit, the hulls. But we ordered a lot, and we're ordering icebreakers, too, that you're going to be in charge of. We have 11 of them being built right now. We had none. We only have 1 in the whole country. Russia has 48, and we have 1. And that's just ridiculous. So we're doing them in conjunction with Finland and some other people. And they make the big, they're known as the people that do, I guess, 90% of the icebreakers, so they have a great expertise. But we're doing them also as a joint venture where they're going to be built in this country, and they've already started. So we've ordered 11. You were going to build 1, and the 1 was going to cost almost as much as the 11. And every one of the 11 is much better than the 1. So that didn't sound like a good deal. So you know exactly what you're getting. You're getting the best icebreakers in the world, the top of the line, and they're going to be delivered very soon, actually. They're moving along very quickly. They're building them. And you'll end up with 11, but before we even start that, we're going to end up doing another 11 pretty soon. So you're going to have a lot of icebreakers pretty soon, which is very important, I assume. Is that important for the Coast Guard? Because if it's not, I'll cancel the order immediately.
Very important. Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Then I won't cancel the order. That's good. You're going to have the best icebreakers there are, so it's really great. Very important to us. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
I'm Petty Officer Riza. First question is, what is your true golf handicap, not according to fake news? And are you and President Biden going to play that golf match?
I'd love to. I mean, I've invited him, but he doesn't want to show up. Look, I know a lot about golf. I've won 38 club championships, and I don't get to practice much. I won one last year. I won a club championship at a big club, beating a 27-year-old kid. I said, I'm decades older than you. But I said, the fairway doesn't know how old you are as you walk up the middle and he's in the rough. And I've been a good golfer over the years. When you win, club championships are our majors. You know that. Most people can't play in them. They won't. We're talking about no strokes or anything else. So I'm a very low handicap, and I've won 38 of them legitimately, everyone legitimately. It has to be legitimate because you have a lot of people following you during club championships, as you know. So I guess I'm very... I got to be right around scratch or better. I beat a +3. That's 3 better, 3 below par. If you look at it for those that don't know, in the finals of the club championship last year, with all I was going through, and with no practice. So I'm a good golfer. Yeah, I would have to say that. I want to be honest. I have to be honest. I played with Bryson DeChambeau on his show, the Breaking 50, and we had a good time. But a lot of people thought that was a great ratings hit, and we had a lot of fun. But golf is great. It's sort of a microcosm of life. And you have a lot of people talk, but they can't play, like Biden. Biden can't hit a ball 30 yards, I'm telling you. I looked at his swing. He cannot hit a ball 30 yards. He said he was a 6 handicap. He said that was the only thing that made me angry during the debate with him. He said he was a 6. I said, you're not a 6. And he said, well, I'm an 8. I said, that was quick. I picked up 2. But he's not 100. He's not 100. So, but it's a great game, and I hope you guys get to play a little bit of it. But frankly, I'm more excited about the icebreakers, if you want to know the truth. So anyway, I want to thank you all. Great job. Coast Guard, great job. We're proud of you. You're going to have the best equipment in the world, and it's coming rapidly. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for support, President.
So that concludes the presentations. If you have any closing remarks, that'll be it.
Well, I do have closing remarks. I just want to say how proud I am. You look at the people that we just dealt with. These are the top people in our country. These are just beautiful people inside and out. They're brave, they're smart, they're brilliant. And I just want to say it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be working with you. We have the strongest country we've ever had. We make the best equipment in the world. We have the best military in the world. Nobody can even come close, and everybody knows it, and they respect us now again. A year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, they didn't respect us at all. They laughed at us. Nobody's laughing anymore. So I just want to thank you all very much. I'm very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. We can cut that then. We can cut that. Hello.
Hello, good to see you. Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too.
A question about this tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens, too. It happens too often with these people. You see them. But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other, and that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came in on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out.
Ouch.
You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, there were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go, we were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you for having us here tonight. Have you spoken with Sarah and Andrew's family?
We have a call in a little while, actually, right after this.
Do you plan to?
Well, the family is devastated, as you can imagine, but we have spoken. I mean, my people have spoken with the family. We'll be speaking tonight, tomorrow. You have to give them a little. They just found out about their daughter. You know, you can't just call 2 seconds later.
Yeah, of course.
It's a very, very tough situation.
Obviously.
She was so outstanding. I mean, I just heard outstanding in every single way.
It's in the early stages, obviously, but do you plan to attend Sarah's funeral?
I haven't thought about it yet, but it certainly is something I could conceive of. I love West Virginia. You know, I won West Virginia by one of the biggest margins of any president anywhere. And it's, you know, these are great people. I love the people of West Virginia. I love the people of our country. But I haven't given it any thought, but it sounds like something I could do, yeah. It's very raw.
Yeah, of course. The suspect does have a wife and 5 children who live in Washington. Do you plan to deport them?
The suspect has?
The suspect?
Well, we're looking at that right now. We're looking at the whole situation with family. It's a tragic situation. Yeah, Jeff?
Mr. President, are there any changes you want to make to improve safety for National Guardsmen who are being sent into these cities?
No, just I want to have more. As you know, we're sending 500 more. We had very little crime in Washington now for many months, record-setting low crime, and this happened. And I don't know how you put this on the scale of that. This is sort of different. This is a terrorism threat, and this was done because they're so effective. If they weren't effective, you probably wouldn't have had this done. But this was done because the National Guard has been so effective. You went from having a tremendous amount of crime and death, killing, everything else, to having none. And this happened, I assume, because it was so effective. And maybe this man was upset because he couldn't practice crime. Who knows what his motivation was? But what he did was horrible.
And you've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame all Afghans for this one man's not
No,
mistake?
but we've had a lot of problems with Afghans because they had a lot of them coming in on these planes. Again, I show you this picture. We had a lot of them coming in on these planes that are, look at them. There was no checking. They just poured into the plane.
No vetting.
And many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out a lot of the people that, we've taken a lot of them out of here. But they came in, legally, right? Yeah, I know, this the old story. Many are wonderful, yeah, I'm sure.
I said many are here legally, though. What should they think in terms of their prospects?
Well, they can't be happy, okay? They can't be happy. Because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota, and we got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have an incompetent governor, we have a dope governor. They can't be happy about what's going on. And if you talk about the Afghans, there's a problem because so many Bedouins came in on the planes. They just walked in. Whoever the strongest people were physically in a way, but whoever the strongest, they got on the planes. There was no checking. They just swamped the planes. They took off. We had no idea who they were. Yeah, do you want to ask a question behind?
Me? Hi, sir. Happy
Sure.
Thanksgiving.
Hi.
What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for? But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. And she comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated, it's crime-ridden, it's a mess, it's a disgrace. And we took their people at a tremendous... We're not taking their people anymore. We're not taking their people. And we're getting a lot of their people out because they're nothing but trouble. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead.
I have a question about this asylum claim that is being floated. Of course, you just detailed that this suspect was flown in under the Biden administration.
Yeah.
But was he granted asylum under your administration?
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out. No matter how you want to do it, it's very hard to get them out. But we're going to be getting them all out now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
She said, that's not what I asked. It might have been under Trump's administration. Let me see. When was that plane that brought these people in here? I don't think he was in that plane itself. Let me make sure that I got my microphone on muted here. All right, there we go. Yeah, so if you guys have questions, go ahead. Lay it on me. What kind of questions do you have about that right there? Let's put our beautiful POTUS right there in the middle of our screen. I love President Donald Trump. I love that man. He is hated by a lot, but he is loved by most, including me. That's right. Trump, my daddy. So let me hear some questions in here. Let's take a look. Here we go. Trinity says, Arastek, missed the guys talking who took out Iran's nuclear facilities. Yeah. Dearborn, Michigan, all Muslims, you can go in there. Yeah, well, you remember that the police officer speaking in Arab, and was just, well, let's be honest. He said he was there to protect Somalis, not Americans. And one thing that I don't like, okay, number one, you guys know that I don't like racist people. Will I be friends with them? Probably not, but we're not going to be enemies either. But what I don't like is that Ilhan Omar, when she talks to her people in her language, she talks about how she is there to protect Somalis. Her president is the Somalia's president, and that she works for Somalia in Congress of the United States of America for Somalia. Now that she is going to be probably getting deported eventually, hopefully, one can hope. Now she says, us Somalis think of ourselves as the fabric of this country. Get the hell out of here. The fabric of our country, it's migrants that come and do something to create greatness for this nation. The fabric of this country is not migrants or illegal immigrants to come over here and be living off of welfare and committing billions of dollars in fraud. That's not the fabric of this country. That is not what migrants are supposed to be about. If we have Muslim migrants in here, why? Why do we even allow Muslim migrants in our country? This is the same religious people that say they are so strong and powerful and mighty, and yet they can't stand to live in a Muslim country. They have to come to the United States of America to try to steal what God has given us. That's right, the Christian God. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Father of Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit. That's the only true God right there, the Holy Trinity. That's the only true God. Why do I tell you guys that the Islam religion was created 600 years after Jesus Christ was on this earth? Think about this. The Bible was written and expanded by witnesses of all the miracles and everything that Christ did, all the way to the cross. Muslims were created by government to rule the world. What's so wonderful about Muslims? Look at the difference in life. Israel has the God of Abraham. Israel, I'm not saying they're perfect. I know there could be some bad people in Israel. That's on every country. Even here, you look at morons like the Aztec. Who was the other one in here? Like Twarzone. All the leftist libtards that we have in here making hateful comments. They're retarded just like them. And they have some of those people out there as well. But nonetheless, look at the difference. Israel flourishes. Even with everybody and their mama attacking them, they still flourish. That's our God. And look at the Muslim countries. It is by the grace of God, because they dare not to attack Israel, that they are still being blessed. Miss Saltwater, welcome to members. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. And I hope there's your wife coming in here as well. Thank you for joining membership. The difference is this. We are also a Christian nation, and we have flourished. And whether you like Catholicism or not, Mexico has flourished under Christianity. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter. All of Central America has flourished because of Christianity. Yes, the violence is still going to be there. Yes, the devil is still coming after us. Yes, that's happened. But we still flourish. Muslim countries, they don't flourish. Why? Because they turn against God. They turn against Israel. Let's be honest. Graham, do you support Muslims? Do you support Muslims, Aztec? Who in here on the leftards list, on the Democratic side, on the left side, on the socialist side, who of you support Muslims? Give me a 1 on the chat. No, that's not an answer, Graham. An answer is a 1 or a 2. If you can't get over that, too bad. That's because you're afraid of answering. What's the word that you guys use? You coward! The word that I use is beta. That's because you're a beta. That's why you can't answer, Graham. Come on. Grow some cojones, amigo. Tell us how you really feel about the Muslims. No, J-Lock, there's no such thing as 0. You're either yes 1 or no 2. How do you know what's right if you don't know which God is real? You got to believe on something. You cannot know. How can you say let me see. So I like how you word it. I support what is right, regardless of belief. Now, do you support what's right because you believe that is right? Now, let me tell you why my patriots say no. Let me tell you why Americans say no. I'll give a chance for more patriots to say no. That's not an answer, Aztec. Stop avoiding the question. Do you support Muslims? All my patriots already know what's coming. You can have 1 pack, sweetheart. Yeah, good job, Para. Thunder Loco doesn't know. That's because he's still gay. I beat you this time, sucker. You better double tap that screen and hit that like button, guys. I love it. All the smart people say no. Those that are undecided or don't know what the hell is going on, choose 1.5 or 0. Christopher wants to make a point and says no. Better. All right. For all you libtards, I'm glad a lot of people are saying no too. Let's see. I support all human beings. Oh, okay. I'll take that as a yes. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, Thunder Loco. Thunder Loco is one of my favorite trolls, but he's still gay. That's 2 on you, bro. You're too slow. No, I like Thunder Loco. Thunder Loco is okay. It's okay with me. It's all gay with me. That's horrible. I apologize about that. That ain't right. All right, here we go. Let me see. What else we got? Okay, we all come from. Nah, that's not. You're still a Muslim supporter. That's okay. Who do you think is using stupid internet child lingo is cool? Oh man, you know what? I have a couple of fans that are underage. I tell them don't be on my channel. This is a channel for 18 and over. And I try to watch my mouth on what I say. But this fans that I have, they cuss up a storm. They cuss more than I do. And so if you come into this chat today I'm going to give a big shout out to Mackie, my favorite MAGA fan. Much love to you, buddy. Mackie, big shout out to you. All right, so anybody here that supports Muslims, I want you to do me a favor. Stop calling President Donald Trump a pedophile. Because if you support Muslims, you're a pedophile lover. You're a supporter of pedophiles. And since Aztec believes that all religions are good, he's a pedophile lover as well. By ignorance, yet he still is. And that, my friends, yeah, they don't know this. Now, I will say this. Damn, I'm gonna say this. I am gonna lose quite a few subscribers on this because these guys are subscribers. Just so you know, nobody can chat on here. Supposedly, nobody can chat unless they are subscribers or members. So all these people that come in here and insult me, you guys are members? Damn! Scott Norris says, I support all Muslims who are living in the United States of America. If you support them, you should tell them the truth. Go tell them the truth. As a matter of fact, the only way that you can go tell them the truth is I'm going to tell you, is by reading this right here. This is the only way you can tell them the truth. If you cannot find it in here, you will never be able to truly love them. Because in order for you to love them and support them, you got to be able to tell them the truth. Okay? So that's where I'm at with that. Now, I can tell a Muslim, I can say, hey, listen, man, I love you and everything, bro. But let's be honest. It doesn't matter what kind of Muslim you think you are. If you believe yourself to be a Muslim, that means that you have to believe in the Quran. And if you believe in the Quran, you're a pedophile. And you agree with it. It is what it is, guys. I'm not making it up. I wish I was making it up so that you guys can really be on it. I give a big shout out to Mackie, just in case. So, with that being said, let me read a couple of comments in here. Thank you, Libtards, for supporting this MAGA channel and chat. I know. Well, I need 7 more subscribers, a little bit more than 7, so that we can hit. Oh, there's one. Okay. Okay, we need 5 more subscribers. Well, a little bit more than 5 subscribers, so that we can hit 11,800 subscribers. Let's see. Talk about an uninformed bigot. He is against his own. You know, that reminds me, when people say this, I always remember this. I remember when somebody brought, I think one of the disciples brought Mary, and what was Jesus's brother's name? Anybody remember? It's escaping me. I think it's James, but I don't want to butcher it. I think his name is James, right? Jesus' brother. And well, while Jesus was on the cross, thank you, man. Oh, snap. Did you take it over? All right. I will honor you after I finish this story, okay? Thank you, brother. Thanks for the subscribing. Let me see, how many more do we need? Come on, all you beautiful haters in here. One more, and we hit 800. And there were 200 short of 12,000, guys. We need more haters on this chat. So Jesus is crucified. One of the disciples brings in Mary and James, right? The family of Jesus Christ from his, fleshly mother. And he says, Jesus, Your mom and your brother and sister. I think that's how it goes. Your family is here. But Jesus said something that till this day it strikes me right in the heart. For those people that called me a traitor to my own people, let me tell you this today. Jesus said, those who do the will of my Father is my family. And I tell you today, those who respect the law of the United States of America and honor and respect and put America first, those are my family. 100%. So what do I tell my Honduran families over there and friends in Honduras? If you are here illegally, I tell you to go back to Honduras. Don't be here illegally. God doesn't like that. And there it is. 11,800 subscribers. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And with that, we're going to celebrate the man as the stream buzz of today. And here we go. Get those emojis going. Boss, el jefe, el patrón. The man. Man, you were timing that perfectly, weren't you? let me get that bar down a little bit. Making sure you get to be the boss. Sorry, I'm over here speaking over the music. You probably didn't hear that. Yeah, you timed it just right, my friend. Oh man, that's our beautiful POTUS. We respect our president, and I'm going to tell you, if you have not heard me say this before, if you are new to my channel, or if you're a hater that keeps ignoring my comments, I'm going to tell you the reason why I love President Donald Trump. I don't love President Donald Trump because he's a genius, because he's perfect. I love President Donald Trump because, like myself and many other patriots that love this nation, he keeps fighting through it. He keeps pushing forward. Is he going to make mistakes? Probably. But you know what? We voted him in office. And I believe if he goes down, I go down. If he goes up, we go up. Either you're in or you're out. Ready for this, babe? With President Trump, without President Trump. With President Trump, without. With President Trump, without. You like that, babe?
Say the opposite. The wife said.
No, we're not going to say that one. My wife always says that backwards. so just so you guys know, this is Tom Cruise from Night and Day movie. The movie is called Night and Day, and he's trying to convince her. He said, "Listen to me. Your chances of survivability with me up here, without me down here." And so at the end of the movie, she does it to him. And so I go and I tell my wife, I say, you're going to be a great wife with me, without me. And so she comes one day and she goes, you're not going to do good in life. She says, with me or without me? I say, what? Do it again. She says, with me, without me. I was like, you might be right. Oh, man. My wife, man. My wife, oh, my gosh, dude. You guys think that I speak backwards sometimes? This is my wife telling me to get toilet paper. She said, honey, did you get the paper toilet? Oh, man. Babe, with me, without me, all right? With me, without me. With Trump, without Trump. Unbelievable. And a couple of my haters decided to unsubscribe so that I don't have the 800 under, but it's all good. As long as we get real subscribers on here. Here's how it works, guys. If they don't subscribe, supposedly, if the settings worked, supposedly they cannot comment. So if they're commenting, that means that they're part of the Dennis Herrera Show, DHS. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, you got to love it. You got to love it. How does it go, babe? With me? Without me? Oh, man. I mean, like the level of success without my wife. I gotta say it. It's all good. They cannot comment on this channel. So the moment they unsubscribe, they can no longer comment. And I think I wish that I can make it. Wait, see, it's not working. Let me go double check. See if it's saved. Oh my goodness. So I put on here for chatting only members and subscribers. So that means, yeah, it is. That means that it's not working. I might have to complain. To YouTube about that. Because that's exactly what I put on there. So, oh man, I know you subscribe, bro. I'm gonna go through the whole list of subscribers, and if I see your name on there, Aztec, I'm gonna find you. I will find you, and when I do, I will kill you. Just kidding. I'm not as good as the guy, but that's from Taken. All right. So just don't go out there saying that I'm out here threatening people. It's just a joke. It's a movie line that I'm listening to. Let's see here.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Oh, man, I had to do it. Oh, man, I think that was awesome. All right, so we got Shaq in the house? Wait, where's Shaq at? Where's Shaq at? Shaq with the big chicken. Dennis is losing his focus. Oh man, I've never been more focused in my life. In my life. Is my life. Sorry about that. I do go crazy sometimes. It's a lot funner when you have ADD, HD sometimes. There was one last thing I think that I wanted to show you. I don't think this will do, but how many actually are watching this daily? People don't like to hear the truth, do they? It's all good, guys. I understand. Now, I will tell you that I did set it up to only members and subscribers can comment. So that's kind of crazy. Give me YouTube's manager now, says Karina. What the? You are what? And get out of here then. Go have fun. Later. I'll meet up. I'll meet up. All right. This means that we're not going to have an evening live. So we're going to take advantage of everything that we have here today. Now it looks like we're almost done. Actually, let me see what do we got in the chat and see if we got anything going. And see, people don't want to stop supporting patriots because even though a couple of you, a couple of the libtards left me, I gained more patriots for this chat, and we are at 11,804 subscribers. 200 more, and we're at 12,000. And when we hit 12,000, we will be at 12% of our actual goal for subscribers by next year. Oh, man, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen, but you know what? We're going to continue doing what we do. I think that once May starts, when we get the name on the ballot, you guys know what I'm talking about here. When we put our name on the ballot and we really start campaigning, I am going to need all of you patriots to be with me. So I want to have at least 100 patriots, 100,000 patriots on this channel so that we can, pass the word around throughout the whole United States of what's going on here in Washington State. I appreciate that. We'll see how that works. Brother Dennis, explain to myself and Miss Salt to help you meet your quota. The quota is 100,000 subscribers. That's what we want. And you know what? I'm going to say this. We're not going to put our name on the ballot because I'm an amazing guy. It's not. It's because we are going to fight together. And I hope that a lot of Washingtonians will get on my side. I can tell you right now, the best thing for Latinos that are legal in Washington State, the best thing they do is support me. Any migrant that has family that is undocumented or that has temporary asylum or papers to be here in Washington State should support me. Because when I go in and we get rid of this sanctuary city bullcrap in Washington State, we are going to fight hard for immigration reform. And yes, we are going to work with the president, and we are going to make sure that people that should be in our country will be allowed to be in our country. But with that being said, we're going to clean up house. We're going to, we'll see how much power we get once we get in there. But I'm going to tell you something. I am going to call for a huge audit of every single member in government of Washington State. Senators, congressmen, city council, everybody, all NGOs will be audited. We are going to welcome Doge, and we're going to welcome Dodge, and we're going to have the federal government working here with Washington State. We are going to accommodate the Washingtonian Constitution, the Washington State Constitution, and we're going to align it with the Constitution of the United States of America. This country was made by settlers, where migrants from all over the world came and worked together. Some came here to make money for their labor. Others had the money to pay for that labor. Together we have built the country of the United States, which today everybody can take advantage of. So it is a duty for every American citizen or any other migrant that has come to this country that has proven themselves to be good people and material to stay here in this country permanent. We are going to fight for those people. And we're going to fight for our veterans. And we're going to fight for our Native Americans. And we're going to fight to make sure that businesses want to come here and do business, because businesses and corporation provides thousands of jobs. Those thousands of jobs means that the corporation is rich enough to pay their fair share, and I mean fair share, and also every single one of those new jobs will also pay taxes, will also be part of the success of the Washington State. And if we can make that happen here in Washington, we can make it happen in Oregon. And if we can make it happen in Oregon, I believe we can make it happen in California. If you guys love your Hispanic community so much, well, I have a guy in California that wants to run for governor in 2030, and his name is Berniel, and he has our support. So we got to mobilize here. We got to change things here. And then once we get everything changing here, I think that just as the Democrats think that the model that they're running in New York, it's supposed to be for all the United States of America. Well, let me tell you that I got more brains than the 30-something-year-old Mondani over there in New York, and we're going to do that here in Washington State. So stick around, and if you are here, you were meant to hear those news. Woo, let's go. All right, guys, I am going to take a break. And don't worry, I'm going to find some more news for you guys to share. And we're going to go ahead and, well, we're going to talk about it. And I want you guys' honest questions, your honest opinions. I will tell you something. If I was in Honduras, if there was still a way that I can actually run for office in Honduras, even if it means denouncing my citizenship here in the United States of America, if I was able to run for president in Honduras, I will make sure that I align with Big Brother, the United States of America. And I'm going to make sure that my people, because they will be my responsibility at that time, that they respect the immigration laws. And I will not allow any one of my citizens to come to this country illegally. So I will have contact with the president, and I will make sure that he sends all of them back to my country. And I'm going to tell you something. It might sound crazy, but if I do a good enough job, I'm not saying that I will do that, but if I did a good enough job in Honduras, creating jobs, creating wealth, making deals with the United States of America, we can make all the shirts, socks, underwear, all this other clothing stuff that they don't want to make here in the United States of America because it doesn't make that much money. It will be a lot of money for Honduras. And I can tell you, I will build more manufactories in Honduras to make clothes and to sell around the globe. But the United States of America will always be in my heart and will always be first in everything that I do. Obviously, God in faith, but here on earth with doings is the United States of America. And with that being said, Guys, thank you so much for being here with me today. Thank you for your time. Much love to you. Thank you guys for your subscribes, for your likes, for sharing. God bless you. God bless your family. And I hope that you guys had a great Thanksgiving Day yesterday. And I hope that you continue to have a great, awesome, joy-filled, and full of blessings for the rest of the year. Peace out.